This is 1. Thank you. Four. Handle 1, handle 1, 2, 2. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
A very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session for today. We hope that you guys have had a wonderful week so far and that you guys find these sessions to be super useful. Certainly, I've found them to be very interesting, engaging, and I've learned a lot myself. Just by way of introduction, my name is Untogo Zombonani, and I am a director on the ISPA board, and by profession, I am an attorney working on the regulatory side at Entity Data. The first speaker for today will be Andy Chadwick. Andy Chadwick is the Director for Africa at the Shadow Server Foundation, a global nonprofit dedicated to improving cybersecurity and internet safety. With over 35 years of prior experience in the UK government, he has held key roles across multiple departments, including Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office, as well as the National Cybersecurity Centre and other government entities. A certified information system security professional, Andy has led international cybersecurity capacity building initiatives, intelligence operations, and digital policy strategies, working at the intersection of government, law enforcement, and industry. Now at Shadow Server, he's committed to strengthening Africa's cyber resilience by fostering partnerships with government, private sector organizations, law enforcement agents, as well as law enforcement agencies to combat cyber threats. A recognized expert in cybersecurity strategy, intelligence sharing, and international cooperation, Andy continues to drive impactful change, ensuring a safer and more secure digital landscape. Beyond cybersecurity, Andy has a passion for amateur radio, embracing the technical and communication aspects of the hobby while staying engaged with the global radio community. What is Andy talking about today? Andy will be talking about the landscape, the threat landscape in Southern Africa from a Shadow Server. He'll give a presentation on what the shadowserver.org organization does and why it's extremely beneficial for network operators and all network owners. Andy, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Great to see so many of you here for the first session. And I'd just like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event, first time here. And it's been so far really worthwhile for me to engage with, all the network operators and ISPs here. So as mentioned, I'm going to give a little briefing on what we do, what is Shadow Server Foundation, what do we do, why it might be helpful to you, and hopefully leave a little bit of time for any questions at the end. If not, I will be around most of the day, so please do come and find me if you want to follow up on anything. So Shadow Server, world-class threat intelligence at no cost is what I normally call this. And it really is at no cost to the user, to you guys. No catches. We're not selling you data. You are not the product. It's really difficult for me to get people signed up to Shadow Server because they're always very cautious. Like, what's the catch? It can't be really free. There must be an issue, must be something, but there truly isn't. We're funded by a variety of organizations like governments, like UK government, FCDO, the likes of Google, GIZ, commercial companies such as yourselves who join our Alliance program. So we are completely free for the end user. So a little bit about me. You just heard everything about me, really, but I'm ex-UK government National Cybersecurity Centre. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I've been there for 7 years. So I'm pretty familiar with the continent, with the region. I travel West Africa, Southern Africa, right across the continent in my previous role and also now with Shadow Server. I'm actually a techie, network signals protocol guy who became a diplomat. I don't really know how that happened, but now I've kind of gone back in the middle there, sort of at that intersection between technical and, policy and, intelligence and resilience. That's kind of where I sit now. So Shadow Server Foundation, been around since 2004, I believe originally set up by Cisco. We are a non-profit, so completely non-profit foundation, registered in the Netherlands and the US. Our mission is very simple. It's to make the internet secure for everybody, secure for all. And we share information with network defenders at no cost to mitigate vulnerabilities, detect malicious activities, and counter emerging threats. And we really serve and partner three or four main groups. So national CSIRTs, the national authority in any country will get the threat reports for the whole country. So they're our primary target. We're trying to get more in Africa, more national CSIRTs signed up. We still have work to do on that. We're doing quite well, but there are big chunks of Africa who are not that well developed in their national level capability. And one of my jobs is to try and get them signed up. We work with network owners across all sectors, all types and sizes. And that includes all of you here. Even an individual who has a single static IP address can sign up for our threat data. So there is no minimum, no maximum in terms of network size. You just need to have a static IP network. We work with law enforcement through warranted operations. We will provide data and intelligence to help, execute those missions. We work very closely with the likes of FBI, NCA in the UK, Interpol, and that has resulted in quite a number of prosecutions, arresting cyber criminals. And if you look at the Interpol AFJOC program that the FCDO funded, you'll see that, I think there were 96 arrests earlier this year. So it's very impactful, the work we do. And we also work with security researchers. Our primary service is we scan the internet hundreds of times a day, the whole internet. So IP version 4, I think it's 3.4 billion addresses. We scan IP version 6 as well, over 3 billion addresses a day, hundreds of times a day. And what we're looking at is that attack surface picture. We're looking at attack surface vulnerabilities. And we also run victim notification services. So we will put out on social media, on LinkedIn, on X, if we see something happening at scale. So one of the vendors may be a server that needs patching. So that's kind of what we do. As I mentioned, we work with law enforcement, and we do quite a bit of cyber capacity building. So we run workshops on some tools, which I'll get into later. So my job kind of fits into 3 bits. It's the promotion, which is why I'm here. If you've never heard of Shadow Server, please spread the word. We are available for everybody, and we're free of charge. The second bit is getting people subscribed to the daily reporting. That's the bread and butter of what we do. And then the third bit is actually when people receive the data, what you're going to actually do with it. We don't want it sat in your mailbox. We want you to use that data, visualize it, analyze it, so you can patch systems and prevent cyber issues, things like ransomware and other intrusions. This is who we work with. I won't go through all those. It's pretty much everybody, all the sectors, small businesses, you name it, CNI, critical national infrastructure. And then, so this is what we actually do. I mentioned the scanning already. So it's 3.7 billion IP version 4, 3.2 billion IP version 6, many times a day. We have sinkholing. So what we do there, we take control of domain names that have been used by criminal actors and sometimes state actors. So we will take control of the DNS, sinkhole it. We have a registrar of last resort. And then we can analyze what is happening on that botnet, on that IP network. We can look at infective devices, the malware types, and do analysis there. And that's very powerful on law enforcement side as well. Another thing we do, you'll see sensors there. We run a network of sensors globally, and I'm trying to get more sensors in Africa because by having these sensors, these honeypot networks in Africa, it builds the picture regionally, and we're seeing really what is happening real time in the region in Africa. And we'll get onto that in a minute. You may be able to help us with that if you have some network space and some rack space. It doesn't need too much. And for those of you who don't understand, honeypot, it's a network that looks vulnerable. It is vulnerable, but it looks enticing to criminal actors who will come in, hack it, will have a look at them, modus operandi, look at their malware, see what they're doing. And we collect malicious software, malware. We collect around about 1 million samples every single day. And we have a database of nearly 2 billion in total. So that's what we do on the sandboxing side. And basically, we're looking at your network to see what the bad actors can see. So we're looking at your network to tip you off, basically, and give you an early warning that you might want to do something about this server or this configuration before the bad guys get in there and give you a really bad day with ransomware or something. We have a data center in California. It's about an investment of about $50 million. That's the details. Secure server space near San Francisco. So that's where we store the data and where a lot of the work is done. So Shadow Server has a team, employees, only 30 people globally. 20 of them are paid and 10 of them are volunteers. I'm a volunteer now. So it's a very small team. We kind of punch above our weight in terms of, impact, given the amounts of funding we have and the small team. And we do rely on, people to fund us and sponsor us. This is the map of Africa. This is the national CSIRT. As you can see, I've got work to do in Africa. We're going to Zimbabwe soon to get those guys signed up. Madagascar, if anybody's got any contacts in Madagascar, please let me know. I'll be trying to get hold of the cert there. But we have 201 national CSIRTs signed up and about 10,000 network owners directly and many more indirectly who sign up to our free daily feeds. And just a quick look at the coverage by ASN number. You can see Europe, North America, Oceania are quite good. Africa is dropping down a bit there. So Africa's only got 43% sign up. So, we'd like that to get up to about 70% or so, or even more if we can. We have a public dashboard. So if you go to shadowserver.org or dashboard.shadowserver.org, you will see this public dashboard, which has been funded by UK government. It shows aggregated data, so there's no detail, but it will show you can search by region, you can search by types, scans, you can look at DDoS, you can have a play with it, it's really cool. For example, this is South Africa, and you can see where most of the activity here is in Gauteng and, Western Cape, and a little bit in KZN there. So you have a play with this. It's free. It sits online. You can see what the trends are, what we're seeing. I just did this yesterday, so this is the last week, what we're seeing. You don't know if you can read that, but it's showing the different types of malware that we're seeing on the sinkholing. I get asked all the time, what's different in Africa? What is the different threat in Africa compared to, say, Europe or North America? And number one by far is Android malware. Because as you all know, Android phones are everywhere. Everybody's got an Android, or, a lot of people have got Apple, but the vast majority of people in Africa are using Android phones. So we're seeing the Android bad box, Void 2, I won't read them all out, but that is what we're seeing, massive amounts of Android malware across the continent. The other thing that's different in Africa, which not really what we do, but it's insider threat. We see that all the time with institutions across Africa, whether it's scams or cybercrime. Very often you'll see an element of insider threat for various reasons, economic reasons, cultural reasons, but we do see definitely more insider threat in Africa than we do in other parts of the world. So the network reports, so this is what we send, custom remediation reports. Again, this is the types of vulnerabilities and reports that we see. So things like, OpenDNS, we see things like darknet reporting, all of those protocols that you can see. And if you want to sign up for this for your network, if you own a network of any size, please go to shadowserver.org and you can sign up. On the next page, there's a big yellow button there that says subscribe to reports in the top right corner. And you fill in this web form You need an email address. I recommend you use something generic, so not tied to a team member in case they move on. We need details of your domain or AS number. Initially, you just get an email every day. If you want to go more advanced, we can provide, API feeds. So we'll do API keys, and you can have a constant feed. And we can get into that, what you do with that later. We do capacity building on that, which I'm going to touch on now. So we have an outreach program in Africa and Asia, Indo-Pacific. We do quite a bit of work in the Gulf region. And some of this is also training. We run workshops on how to sign up to this, what do you do with the data next. We also work very closely with FIRST. So some of you will probably know the Forum of Incident Responders and Security Teams, first.org, also funded by UK FCDO in the recent past. So we work hand in hand. Those guys first do the incident response planning, training, and getting ready for an incident and how you respond to it. We're the kind of early warning system, so hopefully you don't get into an incident. So that's how we work together. We also do some work funded by the German GIZ agency. And some of this is around what do we do with that data? Once it's in your mailbox or you get in the API feed, we have another free solution. It's an open source solution called Intel MQ. And this was developed by the Austrian and I think Portuguese CERT. It's now an open source project on GitHub. And we use Intel MQ with what we call ELK, which is Elasticsearch and Kibana. And this is run on, we have a training program on this. So please take a look at Intel MQ. Reach out to me if you want to look at that. And this is basically software that will ingest that data, visualize it, and show you what your critical errors are, the critical issues on your network, so you can go and patch them straight away. They'll be flashing red or whatever you set it up to do. We do hands-on training with that. I've been in Ghana, Uganda. I've done training in Kenya. We might come and do something here. We're having conversations at the moment about that. And we use a thing called CTF Room, which was developed in Nairobi, Kenya. Really good platform that's used. We use test data. We do this alongside FIRST normally, and we do train the trainer session. So I'd love to do more of that down here in South Africa and in the broader region. And this is what it looks like. It's a modular type online platform training. So that's really helpful. I'm very happy to do some of that. We do early detection and response to exploits, CVEs that we see. So this is where we tip off on social media. And some examples there, commercial examples, Citrix, Cisco, Fortinet. All the providers end up having an issue one way or another. And we're here to try and mitigate that and fix it as quickly as possible, working with those partners to put it right. I mentioned the honeypot network. This is currently where we have some sensors. So we do have a bit of representation, well, quite a lot in South Africa. We'd like to see more in some of these other countries, but you can't have too many sensors in the region. We'd like to expand that, because that will give us better visibility of what's going on in the region in terms of malware. And if you feel you might be able to partner with us on this, and you can host a sensor, this is what we need. So very simple specs, VM, 1 gig of RAM, 30 GB hard drive, routable IP addresses, 2 or 4 would be good, and a 1 meg uplink. That's all we need. If you've got a little bit of rack space and you would love to collaborate with us and improve our data that we can then feed back, please, we need you. Please do reach out to me. I'll share my details at the end. And like I said earlier, people say, well, why are you free and why should I use Shadow Server? Quite often they're using a commercial company and paying quite a lot of money for some of these services. And it's like, well, if it's free, it can't be any good. If it's free, there must be a catch. But let me assure you, I've only been with Shadow Server a year, and the reason I joined Shadow Server after I retired from UK government is because I believe in what they do. I think they're a really credible bunch of experts who know what they're doing, and they're doing it for altruistic reasons. So this is the real deal, and it's free, really is free. And we got some third-party, so Vulncheck did some analysis of earliest reporter of exploitation in the wild. So on the left there, that was over, I think, the last 20 years, who was the earliest reporter of exploitations, vulnerabilities. And you can see Shadow Server is by far the biggest, earliest reporter, bigger than CISA, bigger than Google, bigger than Palo Alto, all of those other companies you may be signed up to there. And then on the right-hand side, that's 2024. Speaks for itself. You see those companies there who charge a lot of money for what they do, and I'm not knocking them, great. If you've got finances and you want to pay and have their service, but we're better, and we're free. So, key takeaways, free services that are available, they are world-class. They are available for free. Please spread the word. If you can help us host a sensor, please do reach out to me. Your network is not at risk. I get asked all the time, your network is not at risk. This is a completely segregated sensor, and we can help you install that, and that would be really beneficial to us. So please spread the word. We are looking for funding. We have an alliance program. So if you're looking to sponsor and feed something back for the greater good, for public benefit, please do bear us in mind. And before I open it up to questions, just reminding you that is where you sign up, that yellow button, and there's the form, and that's the spec again for the sensors. And that's it. That's my contact details. So andy@shadowserver.org, very simple. I'm also on LinkedIn, Andy Chadwick UK, and also on X as Andy Chadwick UK. And I've got cards. Oh, and I've got free stickers with me if you want laptop stickers. They always go down a treat. I know hackers and techies like stickers for their laptops. So please do come and see me. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ed DeLange from, ZANOG.
Yeah.
I've been hosting probes of yours for a long time and getting your reports for a long time, but a lot of the people around me, the other ISPs, especially in my hometown, Durban,
Yeah.
their biggest problem is it's very difficult for people to just ingest your reports on a simple way. I've asked this question to one of your colleagues, I can't remember his name now, but it would make it a lot more useful to many people if it's a simple dashboard they can look into rather than being 500 emails a month.
No, quite right. This initially is aimed at national CSIRT, so technical community, who have the team, have the skills, and they can use Intel MQ or their own versions of a tool that will visualize and analyze the data. We have got plans, so we're doing Intel MQ training for those that want to go down that route, and we're running workshops. So that's for more technically advanced people. If you are say a smaller network owner and you don't have that time or team to do that, we are looking at maybe developing something that's easily deployed that will do the basics. Again, we rely on funding, and that is the issue we have. If we would love to do that, provide a middle ground solution, as you say, that's easily deployable. We do have commercial companies that come in. So some in South Africa, I won't name names, but they act as a third party. So they will take care of cybersecurity for, say, a supermarket chain or something. And they will deploy something, probably their own commercial project, charge the customer, but use our data for free. So we're happy with that as long as permission is given by the network owner for us to share that data. So there's something we're aware of. It's a really good point. And when I look at where is Shadow Server heading in the next few years, that is something I would love to see, especially for Southern Africa and Africa in general. Yeah, good question. Okay.
Hi, I'm Andrew from AfriHost. We have mobile users on Android, and they complain when we give them a public IP address that their systems are overheating because of internet noise. Are there any robots.txt type equivalents where you can say, hey, please back off, I'm a small little Android phone, I respond to ping for some reason, but I don't want to overheat and be scanned 42 times a day?
So you're giving them a full public IP?
By mistake, yes.
Okay, by mistake. So as far as R scanning, you mean to do the R scanning? Is that what you can? Yeah.
Well, scanning in general,
Yeah.
robots.txt is,
Yeah.
everyone's supposed to look
Yeah.
at that and say, well, I am a robot.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see what these people want and what they allow.
Yeah. I mean, you can ask for us not to scan your network. We will comply with that. That's no
So there's
problem.
no global standard.
No, because you've got, millions of people, potentially criminals, state actors scanning. Yeah, so it's a tricky one. I guess the answer is don't give them a public IP. Yeah. Yeah. Morning.
Morning, not really a question, but an answer to Ed's stuff. My name's Calvin Brown. I sit on the ISPA Security Working Group.
Yeah.
And we take your stuff and we massage it a bit and present it in a way that ISPA members can access and use that. So if people are ISPA members and are interested in getting access to their stuff, then the Security Working Group is all ears.
Great.
They can come through
Yeah.
us.
No, well, thanks for mentioning that. So, and perhaps have a chat after the session or later today. I'd be very interested to learn more about that. But that sounds great. Any other questions? Okay. Oh.
It's short. Hello, Heloise Meyer from Sunrain CSIT. So we've been using Shadow Server quite effectively, and it's proven to be quite useful for our environment. But I have a question about the malware specifically, and the ones you've listed I've seen on a daily basis.
Sure.
Do you guys do analysis as well? Is that analysis available somehow that we can better communicate to our constituency how to tackle the malware?
Yeah, that's again another area we'd like to do more in. We do analysis. That normally I think sits with the special projects team who work mainly with law enforcement and that side of the house. But I get asked this all the time. People would love to get some analysis from us, some reports on the malware. I mean, there is a lot of stuff already out there. But yeah, it's a good point and something we can perhaps pick that up. But again, that's another thing I would love to do more on. Yes. But, we're a small team and we are, funding is an issue, to be honest. We are, living from year to year. So, but that would be something I'd love to see that we could share malware reporting. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, or even if samples can be shared and we can assist with analysis at some point,
Yeah.
Because that's sometimes the tricky part, is to get access to those samples.
Yeah, let's have a chat about that. I think, that may be something I can hook you up with the team who deal with that and then see where we can go. But I think that is a huge potential growth area for us. Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we're done. But I'll be around, as I say. Please do reach out. Contact details are there. Any questions, very happy to help you. Thanks very much for your attention and your time. Really appreciate it.
Next up, we're gonna hear from Heloise Pieterse. Heloise is a senior member of the academic sector CSIRT within Sunrain Group and is a passionate cybersecurity specialist with an interest in digital forensics, mobile security, and anything cybersecurity related. An NRF Y2 rated researcher with an established track record of published academic papers on cybersecurity topics such as mobile forensics, CTF competitions, deepfakes attacks, and protecting the South African NREN. She's passionate about human capital development, and she does this through student competitions. Heloise will be talking to us today about cybersecurity challenges, specifically giving us an overview of the Sunrain cybersecurity challenges and ISPA's contribution to the competition. Over to you, Heloise.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
Wait. Cool. Okay. Let me just... Is this the magic? Oh, that's probably the magic button. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. 2 disclaimers to start off with. So this is my first time attending iWeek, so it's been quite interesting, quite fun. And I must say, it's very nice to see. I'm on a cybersecurity side of things, so I tend to attend like B-sides and those kinds of cybersecurity conferences. But it's nice to see the same energy here, even though the focus might be slightly different. So it's quite cool, I must say. I really have enjoyed and learned quite a lot in my very limited time here, and I hopefully in future can hopefully attend a few more of these. Second disclaimer, if you guys were thinking we're going to talk about the cybersecurity challenges of South Africa or the world here, I do apologize. That's not the focus of the talk. I should have probably looked at the title, in the program and said, listen, maybe we need to make a small change. So if that was the expectations, I'm quite sorry. You're welcome to discuss it afterwards. I'm happy to go into that rabbit hole and discuss all the cybersecurity problems we are seeing in the world out here. But hopefully still, I must say, this talk I am addressing one particular problem. Perhaps not a technical problem, more human related. So I do hope it will still be of interest. Cool. So you must be wondering, is that the typo? I am Heloise Meyer. I'm married now, so I tend to jump between my maiden surname and my married surname because as a researcher, if you started off your research career and your publishing career in your maiden surname, it's difficult to change. So I go for both of them still. Most of that was already said. I'm currently working at the CSIR, so the Council for Scientific Industrial Research. I've been there now for 14 years, probably a bit part of the furniture, but it's okay. I still enjoy it. So it's really where I sort of got my taste for cybersecurity. When I started my studies, the aim wasn't to be work in cybersecurity, not at all. I was really aiming to become a software developer. That seemed to be the very exciting career choice at that time. It's a few years ago now. AI might have changed that, but anyway. But yeah, had fun there, got sort of my exposure to cybersecurity, and then in 2022 I moved over to SANREN. So SANREN is the South African National Research Network. And there I'm part of the CSIR team, as well as lead organizer for the Cybersecurity Challenge. So I will give you guys a bit of insight into that. And yes, I'm very passionate about human capital development. This is really sort of what the focus is of the talk today, is really to get more people, perhaps not just into cybersecurity, young minds, but also into the ICT sector. It's a fun experience. Not always as successful as I thought I might be, but I'll touch on that later. But it's quite an interesting thing I'm trying to achieve. So just a bit of background. So I'm part of SANREN, as mentioned. We're based at, or form part of NICIS. NICIS is the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System. We host it at the CSIR, so that's how I am still stuck at the CSIR, essentially. Part of NICIS is SANREN, and then also the Center for High Performance Computing, CHPC, and then the RISA, the Data Intensive Research Initiative of South Africa. We also like our acronyms, goodness gracious, yeah, quite a few of them. So, but what's quite critical, both of these 3 programs forming part of NICIS, we both have a focus area on human capital development. So all 3 of these units run their separate student competitions, trying to get more young minds, young people interested to work in these areas and really to get people upskilled, working specifically in terms of cyber infrastructure. So what is the SANREN Cybersecurity Challenge all about? So this is an annual event that we host as SANREN. It's co-located as part of the CHPC annual conference, which is usually hosted at the end of the year, end of November, December. We started off in 2017 already. I actually only joined in 2022 and sort of took over ownership of the competition. And then we're very excited that this year we'll be hosting our 10th event of the competition. So we're trying to go a bit bigger, go a bit better. But we'll see how successful we are in terms of that. So it was initially just a student competition aimed at South African universities, where we really would like to, get more students, more young minds involved in cybersecurity. But we've also expanded in recent years to involve countries from the SADC region, to get some university students involved from that area as well. Quite interesting, we've had very good participation from Namibia, Namibia University of Science and Technology. So, and then also some participation from Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini in the past. So, what is the CSC essentially? So this is us trying to provide a safe environment for students to come in. They can come and practice some, I want to say, InfoSec ethical hacking. I don't want to just say hacking skills. We don't want to develop a group of hackers. We want to develop a group of ethical hackers, cybersecurity specialists. But I know those terms can, blur a bit, to be honest. So we provide this environment to allow them to come in, test their skills if they think they have perhaps some skills already, come in, learn new skills, compete against other students, and see how far their current skill set can take them. Also provide them the opportunity to learn something new. So a lot of these students come in from either computer science, IT, engineering background. So we're also trying to instill some different skills, different knowledge about the cybersecurity field through the competition. And I think the third point there is quite critical, where we're trying to, I want to say, just change the way of thinking for these particular students. So normally for those here that are software developers, developing systems, technologies, your focus is always, how should you develop the system so that the user can make use of it, use it efficiently, easily, and so forth. But the problem is, once an attacker looks at that system, they have a different point of view. They want to try and break in. So you might have a system where you have a username and password, and a normal user will provide a username and password, but the attacker will perhaps say, what if I add a little bit of special characters at the end? What's going to happen to this system? How far can it take me? So we're trying to help the students just to look a bit different. So even though if they do not uptake a career in cybersecurity, if they become developers still, hopefully they will look at systems from a security perspective. And then also just in general, just improve their problem-solving skills, which I think is quite critical to work in this area as well. So the purpose of the CSC is really just to try and cultivate interest in cybersecurity, expose as many students to this environment, to this domain as possible. And the expectation has always been, and at least since I've started in 2022, that by stimulating and giving the students, young minds, exposure to cybersecurity, they will hopefully take up a career in cybersecurity. So, but I will answer that last one perhaps specifically more closer to the end. So in terms of the format for the competition specifically, we do 2 rounds, qualification and final. Qualification, this is open to full-time registered students, so if there's any students here, I'm not sure, and you want to participate, you're more than welcome. It's open for this year. Please come. It is a team format, so I think this is quite critical, because I do often get the question, can I come do this individually? And the answer is always no, because if you're going to work in cybersecurity, you're going to work in a team-based environment. It's true for most environments, to be honest. And critical with cybersecurity also is even though as hard as you might try, you won't know all the domains, all the specialities within cybersecurity. So you need to have a team that can support you across various sectors. In terms of the team format, 3 to 4 members, we do gender diversity. So we try to get the ladies involved, get more women involved in cybersecurity. We've been quite successful in recent times. I think that there's been an uptake in terms of women participating in our competition. So we seem to have a bit of success there, trying to force teams to, if they want to be 4 members, they need to have a bit of gender diversity. And then also, this is open to all degrees. The question might be, students always ask, what degree must you study to be able to come and participate in this specific competition? Now, yes, you might think computer science, IT, engineering, yes, that offers the necessary background, it's fine. But we're open to all degrees. STEM are probably preferred, but all degrees are welcome. I think I had a participant a year or two ago that was in the arts degree. But we welcome them because, to be quite honest, from a cybersecurity perspective, cybersecurity is not just limited to the IT team at the organization, looking after the technology perhaps of a specific company or so forth. I feel cybersecurity is everybody's responsibility. We're all part of this digital domain, so we're all exposed to cybersecurity. So it doesn't matter from what degree you come. If you want to learn cybersecurity, our door is open for you to come. What we do with the competition specifically is we do Jeopardy-style capture the flag. So for those of you in cyber might be familiar with this particular format. So this is basically where we provide the students a small collection of different cybersecurity challenges, or I tend to call it puzzles, on specific domains. So it can be networking, web exploitation, forensics, and they need to basically solve this puzzle. It's a problem they need to solve. Once they solve the problem, they will get the answer. The answer is the flag, to which they will then get specific points. So qualification is open, is remote. I think last year I had around 800 participants in our qualification round across Southern Africa. And then we do the final. So the final is a bit more restricted. We only invite 10 teams to the final. It is an in-person event where we actually invite the students to come. It's co-hosted, as mentioned, as part of the CHPC National Conference. Here we do another CTF-based challenge. We do attack and defend, which is quite a fun challenge. It's more hands-on, more penetration testing related, where teams actually attack other teams, and it gets quite crazy, and the students get quite annoyed because they can't defend their own systems in time. And I think quite critical what we also do at this event is that we invite members from the cybersecurity domain, organizations working in this environment. They come in as sponsors and they provide specialized, dedicated challenges. So this gives the students the opportunity to come in and actually experience the work they're going to do in this environment, because this is, as it is coming from organizations working in cybersecurity, they come and specifically provide problems they are working with, environments they are working with. And it's also quite fun because they can do a bit of, headhunting and look for perhaps potential candidates for their environments. And then we also teach the students lockpicking. It might seem a bit random. It's quite a lot of fun, and the skills you require to pick a lock is actually quite relevant to working in cybersecurity. I want to say patience and dedication. Yeah. So this has been our finals. Since 2022, we've been all across South Africa, from the Kruger National Park to Cape Town. It's been quite a lot of fun, quite eventful. There's loads of stories I can tell, but I won't bore you guys too much with that. If you want to know the behind-the-scenes stories, you're welcome to come and speak to me. And then I just want to touch on the success of this CSC a bit. That is a bit small, but that's all the institutions that has been participating since we started in 2017. University of Pretoria's front runners, followed by University of Witwatersrand. And then also we had good participation from Rhodes University, University of Western Cape, University of Cape Town, ironically their engineering department mostly, and then also, as mentioned, Namibia University of Science and Technology. They've been quite good in this environment. As I've mentioned perhaps a few slides before, the focus has always been to try and get students to come and work in the cybersecurity field. And I've recently, as we've approached our 10th edition now, started to ask the question, have we been successful? We've been hosting this competition now for almost 10 years. Are these students, through this exposure, taking up careers in cybersecurity? And the question is yes, there are, but not as many as I hoped. And that's now my second question, which I'm currently working on, is if we're doing all of this and there's so few uptake, are we missing something? Are we doing something wrong? What else do we need to do? But I don't want to focus on all the bad. There is good. We have seen people coming into cybersecurity. There is also, the trend is showing an upwards curve. So hopefully over the next 10-year cycle, even more will join. And we can see some of the career choices becoming analysts, specialists. There's quite a few taking up internships. They are students freshly out of university, so that is expected. But as the focus has been of the Sunrise Cybersecurity Challenge, to get students to go into a cybersecurity career, ISPA approached the competition in 2023 through their ISPA Inspires educational sponsorship, where they are basically working almost on a similar, aim, trying to get more people, more students, young minds to come and work in the ICT sector. Now, cybersecurity is basically a subset of the ICT sector. So they approached us, and since 2023, they've been a sponsor of our competition. And I must say, perhaps firstly, a big thank you to ISPA. This sponsorship and collaboration has been a tremendous success since it started. I mean, we have successfully awarded 4 ISPA Inspires educational sponsorships to students, hopefully to get them to pursue their careers in the ICT sector. And the students has also found this, to be quite supportive, helping them to continue on with their degrees. This has been really, really successful. There is, when we started, one of the key points was, now how will we go about to actually select the students for this specific sponsorship? And there was specific criteria that has been applied. And for those of you that might be familiar with ISPA's Inspires educational sponsorship will be familiar. I mean, you need to be a South African citizen, younger than 35 years, so I don't qualify anymore. That's sad. You must be a current student, or prospective student enrolled specifically in an ICT degree. Not hold any current bursary. So those are the typical check boxes that we want to check. But where the competition came in, and I think really provided quite a lot of success, is that we are uniquely positioned to look at additional criteria while these students are participating at the finals at our competition. So we can look at their technical expertise. How are they actually doing, working in, solving these problems related to the ICT sector? How's their teamwork and coordination? Teamwork, I think we all know, is quite critical in this environment. As an individual, you can't know everything. You need to be able to work with different people with different skill sets, with different personalities as well. Working under pressure, that's, I think, if you're going to work in cybersecurity, this is quite critical. Can you handle that pressure? If the situation suddenly change, how do you adapt? How do you change? And that has been quite, wonderfully placed, our competition, to evaluate that specific criteria, to look for students and potential to assign this educational sponsorship. So as mentioned, there's been 4 recipients since 2023, and unfortunately, I don't think any of them could be here, but it's quite interesting. I'll briefly just mention perhaps 1 or 2 things about each of them. So Mrs. Kutsia from University of Western Cape, she received the sponsorship in 2023. She was the first recipient through this collaboration. She was doing a master's in computer science. Quite interesting, she came back last year in the competition, made it to the final, and was part of the winning team for our competition. So, that was quite interesting to see. Then Mr. Jula from UCT is doing his engineering in electrical and computer engineering. So at the time, and when he received, he was, I think, either first or second year student. And so he could continue with his studies. He was part of the team that placed second in the 2024 competition. And then last year, it was quite an interesting scenario where we really struggled to separate two students. And we essentially decided for them to share the sponsorship. And that was Mr. Dladla and Mr. Feldman. Both are doing computer science. I think both of them were also second-year students at the time. So they're both continuing with their studies. So this collaboration, I think, has been quite successful in helping growing and instilling perhaps interest in the ICT sector and ensuring that students who are interested, that they can continue with their studies and complete their degrees. So to conclude, if I press hard enough, there we go. So over the past decade with the competition, we've actually given over 280 students exposure to cybersecurity through the competition. And I think with the collaboration with the ISPA Inspires program, we've bridged that gap to try and get more students to, get more involved in the ICT sector, trying to empower the next generation of ICT leaders. And this is my very optimistic conclusions slide. Like I've mentioned, the picture I've seen, especially from the cybersecurity perspective, there's still work that needs to be done. We're trying, we have these initiatives, but we're not really seeing the good results. Not so many going into cybersecurity, perhaps not even going to ICT, working in that specific sector. So there's still work to be done. But I can say we have ideas, and we'll keep on pushing, keep on trying to get more and more people to get into this environment. We need those skills. And on that, I will say thank you so much. Seven minutes. Any questions? Any complaints? Any suggestions how we can improve?
Louise Jacque here, in Drexel. I studied way back at University of Pretoria, honors degree computer science. So from that perspective, ICPC hat, which is the intercollegiate programming contest hat on, which is, I think, a similar concept to what you've got here, just more in the programming environment than in the security. And something I've been involved since until COVID killed it, basically, on the management. Yeah, it's pretty much dead.
Oh, sad to hear.
Yeah, and effectively, the question is, and something I've wondered about on that side as well, is why do we keep restricting this to students and not open it up to the wider industry to also be able to take benefit from these kind of training and exercise situations so that we can... I mean, there's lots of young and upcoming network guys that don't necessarily get to study a degree, but definitely has the knowledge and the potential skill to be able to take benefit of these things. But for some reason, we keep excluding those groups from being able to take advantage of these opportunities.
Yeah.
Just love to hear your thoughts on that.
That's an excellent question. So I fully support that perhaps, in a way, when we run and look at these initiatives, even though we do it from specifically for a university perspective, there is reason behind it, a history behind it. It's also perhaps part of the mission and vision of the groups I'm a part of. So that's why our focus is on a university level. But it doesn't mean we should end there. We can always expand and try to get perhaps, even if it's students following different routes, not necessarily you're studying at public universities, but perhaps at other institutions, other colleges, also try and give them the opportunity to get this exposure. Or if it's perhaps young employees in internships, also try to get them those exposure. So I'm fully supportive of that. But I am, from this competition's perspective, I am restricted, unfortunately. But one can never there's always opportunities perhaps to look at alternatives to get those people also involved. So that is a very good point, thanks. Okay. Okay. Any more questions? No more? Oh, there's still 4 minutes, so. Otherwise, I will say thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity, and again, thanks to ISPA for being a part of this initiative. I really do hope we can continue our collaboration going forward. And like I said, I think there's been great success, but there's still work to do. Thank you so much.
Up next is Mohammed Ahmed. Mohammed is a cybersecurity professional specializing in helping organizations quantify, understand, and continuously harden their security posture. He partners closely with clients to assess complex environments, identify control gaps and threat exposures, and deliver pragmatic, business-aligned recommendations that reduce risk against an evolving threat landscape. He brings hands-on experience across penetration testing, threat modeling, adversary simulations, and red-blue team exercises, translating technical findings into actionable controls that strengthen both defensive architecture and operational readiness. With a proactive, intelligence-driven approach, he continuously monitors emerging threats and contextualizes them to each client's environment, ensuring sustained resilience, situational awareness, and adaptive security maturity. A dedicated fan of Star Trek, Mohammed brings forward-thinking, systems-oriented mindset to his work, combining precision, exploration, and innovation to navigate the cybersecurity frontier. Mohammed will be talking to us about tackling cybersecurity on a constrained budget, focusing on small businesses in particular. His presentation will cover some options and ideas for tackling cybersecurity issues with limited resources. Mohammed, you here? Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Like you said, my name is Mohammed Ahmed, and I'm here to talk about tackling cybersecurity on a small budget. Right, so normally when you start a company, right, you start off small, maybe hire 5 to 10 people. Operations are small, using Word, using Excel, basic stuff, right? The issue starts to occur if you encounter a cybersecurity issue or you suspect something malicious happening. You know, a lot of small companies, when they start out, of course they don't get attacked because no one's really looking at them. But once that attack happens or someone tries to steal something, the question many of our clients have is, what is cybersecurity? Most people don't even know what that is. So as a cybersecurity consultant, my first job is to establish trust with the client because I'm asking them very sensitive information that they might not be willing to share, or they just look at me like I'm a con man mechanic, you know, and I'm just showing them problems. So the most important thing to understand when you go to these small businesses is that budget is very important, right? So when you go to them, you have to kind of look at the environment and try to not look at it from a very technical perspective, like I would love to dig into all of these aspects, but rather what is public facing, what is something that someone might latch onto externally or internally, someone with low-level skills, you know, low-hanging fruit, as you would say. So my job is to talk to the client to understand the day-to-day businesses and how they could be potentially impacted. Once we establish a certain plan, right, we have to give a budget to the client. And then from there, it's a little bit of back and forth between the client and me, fighting for what is super critical and explaining what is super critical that needs to be done as soon as possible versus what we could probably do like in 6 months' time, right? That is not to say that I would not want to do everything ideally, but we have to take in the financial statements of my client. Like I mentioned with trust, right? it's very hard to trust for these people to trust you because, like I said, they never experienced a cybersecurity attack in over maybe the 5 years, that they've been operational. But that's what we have to do. A few things to keep in mind when talking to clients is that they're not technical. So it's always good to give like real world examples. For example, I'm not too sure if anyone over here knows, but I believe Versal was recently hacked and they made an announcement. These are like small things that maybe like a programming company might know of, showing that you are aware of these issues could help like build a certain level of trust. And to explain to them that, cybersecurity isn't only just about like losing your computer, it's also your client's data, your client's trust. What information is valuable, And sometimes losing certain information could cause the government to start looking into your company. And that could not be favorable depending on what you're doing. I'm sorry, I'm trying to blank. The most important thing, right, is to understand what exactly the client's needs are. Are you there to just fill a checkbox, or are you there to provide them with security in mind? If you're filling a checkbox, it's kind of sad, but you're just there to just do what you need to do. But if you are there to make sure that security is in mind, you got to keep in mind both internally and externally sources, right? Many of the times, sometimes malicious users, they'll get like not even malicious users, I guess like phishing emails, right? That's a very common thing. I had a company one time where one of their vendors, according to them, reached out and asked to change the banking details. This was 3 months ago, prior to where I got there. And the clerk, I guess, who was handling this transaction didn't question it, didn't call the vendor. They just made the transfer on their system. Once 3 months was up, the vendor called them to ask them where's the money, and then an investigation was lodged. So cybersecurity isn't only just about making sure you're safe externally, but also internally. More than 60% of companies, after they've been hit by a cybersecurity attack, go out of business. And these are small companies, small to medium companies. I apologize, I don't know if there's time, but I can take any questions if anyone has any.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to each and every one of you for attending the session. I think we've reached the end. I think it's time for tea. Have a good day further.
Good afternoon, good morning, and welcome back from the tea break. I hope that everybody's refreshed and ready for the next session. For this session, trust nobody, log everything, and please deploy IPv6. To kick off the session, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Tashi Fonso. Tashi is the technology evangelist at Flex Optics. He is currently based in Australia, but he's originally from the Himalayas. Tashi will be speaking to us about securing internet routing, the puzzle pieces. Please welcome him.
This is me wearing my NSRC shirt, not-for-profit hat on today and moving away from light. So I did this for Mongolia NOG a few years ago. So it is securing internet routing, the puzzle pieces, but revisited just to see if things have changed. Turns out things have not really changed. And as we were having this conference, there were some route hijacks also happening, but weirdly this way, unused address space being hijacked and propagated out there. So I will cover this when I talk about ROA and ROV. But why do we still keep seeing BGP incidents or headlines out there? Let's go back to fundamentals. We love our decentralized internet, which means there's no one in charge. The fact that there's no one in charge means there's no reference point for me. When I look at a BGP table, if I'm sitting in Brisbane, I have a very different view of the BGP table if I'm looking at it here in South Africa. Right? So there is no reference point for what is right. Right? BGP still seems to work, right? Internet routing still works by rumor. Right? It's like playing a game, me telling Portia I'm from Bhutan, ask her to whisper that across, and by the time it comes this side, it might say she's from Japan. Right? So that's how internet works. We assume everyone will be honest as it transits, right? Which doesn't seem to be the case. And the fundamental design of routing is it works in reverse. I tell you what I know, right? What I tell you dictates what you can send me. What you tell me dictates what I can send you. What's to stop me from pretending to be Portia and say, hey, I'm Portia from South Africa. Whatever parcel was supposed to come to her might end up coming to me. And that's how route hijacks work. Right? The fundamental design allows the hijacks. And like it or not, we still don't have the evil bit in every BGP update. I wish there was an evil bit. Professor Steve Bellevin wrote an April Fool's RFC 3514, 20-something years ago, where he said, hey, you bad actors, please mark your packets with the evil bit so that I know how to drop it. Sadly, we still don't have that, right? So given all these fundamental design issues, given the fact that the internet was designed for trusted ecosystem, we need a lot of puzzle pieces to try and secure the internet routing. The first puzzle piece I want to touch upon is RFC 8212. BGP by default is a very permissive protocol, right? Whatever, if I have two upstreams, or if I have more than one eBGP peer, whatever I learn from one, without me telling BGP what to do, it gets sent to the others. Right? That's the default how BGP operates. And that's where we see most of the route leaks happen because of that inherent BGP behavior. And to stop that or to change that, RFC 8212 was written, right? The idea being if there's no explicit inbound or outbound policy, don't accept route. You can accept it, put it in your adjacency RIP, but don't use it for your best path selection, or don't send or announce routes to your eBGP peers. So you need explicit import, explicit export policy before you can receive or announce routes. But the problem with RFC 8212 is, what if I have a policy which says send everything, receive everything? Right? So it is in itself not a full-fledged, well-thought knob, but it's still something. Right? And as you can see, vendors that have implemented it, iOS XR, it's there by default. Nokia's SROS, it's there by default. The routing daemons seem to always do better than the big vendors. Right? You look at Bird, it had it from a long time. You look at FRR, even RouterOS has 8212, MikroTik for those. And if you look at Arista, Juniper, and even the classic iOS XE, it's not enabled by default, but the knobs are available for you to enable it if you want. So back to basics again. So what do we do? Typically, BGP, before I bring up a BGP session with anyone, the least you expect someone to do is go look up the WHOIS database, at least to see whether that address was delegated to someone or not, right? And that's what registries are supposed to do, bookkeep. Some do it well, some don't do it well. Let's be honest, our registries, internet registries, RIRs, and if people do it well, before I peer with someone, I go look up, and you have objects there. INET-num or INET6-num indicates that address space was delegated to that particular network, right? Not ownership, custodianship. Many people seem to confuse delegation with ownership. So you go look up, and based on that, then you bring up your filters, then you start bringing up your BGP sessions, right? So that's a classic WHOIS lookup. And the most well-abused, well-used is your IRR, right? Internet Routing Registry. Again, the idea with the IRR is once I have an address space delegated to me, I go publish my routing intent in a database called the IRR database. It's just an intent, though. My intent might change tomorrow, but we don't go and update our route objects in the IRR database, right? So what you see in a typical IRR database is route or route 6 objects, right? Where I say, okay, I am the custodian of this address space, V4 or V6. I plan to announce from this to this length, prefix length, and I will nominate this AS as the one that will originate. Many of us inherit networks, right? Some of the route objects and route 6 objects were created by our predecessors, and we have hardly updated. Many people don't go and update their route objects out there. Now, the good thing about IRR is it allows me to auto-craft filters, right? I can use RPSL tools like BGP Q4, Q3, and if there are people who were 20, 30 years BGP folks, you might be using RTconfig as an RPSL tool to auto-craft these filters. The logic is very simple, right? If there is an object in the IRR database, I will accept. But it's also a flawed logic. What if you did not go create a route object in the IRR database, which means my filter won't allow you in? Right, so please, if you are using IRR as a filtering mechanism, be very careful. You might want to talk to whoever you want to peer with and say, hey, I don't see a route or route 6 object from your end. Was it intentional? Because if you're using RPSL tools, you will not allow those routes. Right, the idea is very simple. Your RPSL tools will go look up the IRR database, pull up your route or route 6 objects, and then it'll create a permit prefix list. Right? I've given you some examples of birds. What's important here is, I don't know if I can point laser. The source attribute is very, very important. You don't want to go look up an IRR database that is not authoritative or that's not trusted. So you might want to be very specific and say, if I know that the peer that I'm peering with is in the Afrinic region, you might want to point it to Afrinic as the source so that you only get authoritative route objects. Because if you go look up RADB, you might go pick up route objects that may not be authoritative or correct. Right? The other object that we also find in our IRR database is a proxy object, a proxy aggregate object called the AS set object. And many of us tend to use the AS set object to filter inbound. Especially if I am a transit provider or a regional provider, I might have many ASNs behind me. So instead of people wanting to ask me for a list of all my customers and their prefixes, they will ask me to go create an AS set object, which is a proxy aggregate object, right? And then they will use that object to craft filters. The logic is, again, very simple. Go walk through each member ASNs I have in my AS set object, and they'll do an inverse lookup, go look up route or route 6 objects for each of those member ASNs, right? And the idea is I can either craft a prefix filter or I can either craft an AS path filter out of it. But ASet is a very, very dangerous object to use if you don't validate. Here is an example. Bharti Airtel. I'm not calling them out, but they are one of the largest networks in the world, right? About 3 to 400 million subscribers. If I were to peer with them and if I rely on this AS set, look how much it breaks down to. Close to 70,000 ASNs behind them. Close to 2 million IPv4 routes, bigger than the internet, and even V6, close to 1 million routes. Look at the CIDR report as of 13th of April when I started writing these slides. The whole of internet BGP table had only 78,000 ASNs. And our IPv4 was close to 1 million prefixes. But if you were to peer with that network, you would receive almost 2 million IPv4 prefixes. Where did all those come from? Perhaps includes every bogan that's out there, includes every RFC 1918 address space, or maybe includes crazy prefix lengths, you don't know, more aggregates. So you would want to be very careful if you want to use ASSet. Right? Don't just go use RPSL tool, craft a filter, and you use automation to slap it on your inbound or outbound interface. So. The other problem with ASSet has a lot of problems, as you can see. The other problem with ASSet is what we call name collision, right? Many people tend to not create hierarchical ASSet names. Example, this was a problem I was solving in Mongolia. My friends from Gemnet, they said, oh, my traffic from one of the CDN providers has dropped. Most of the big providers, they tend to have filter updates every 6 hours or every 8 hours or every 12 hours. They will recycle their filters. So they go look up your ASSet in our IRA database, and what had happened, somebody in the Czech Republic had created an ASSet with the same name. This was in Mongolia, this was in the Czech Republic. Look at the member ASNs behind this one. There are only 2 ASNs. Look at how many member ASNs I have behind the genuine one in Mongolia. So all of a sudden, you lose massive traffic, inbound traffic from that provider, right? So you want to create what's called a hierarchical ASSet. This RFC is as old as many of us in this room, right? The first RPSL RFC, which clearly recommends you to go create a hierarchical ASSet. I'm using Vocus here as an example, and this is the right way to create. With your AS number, and then put whatever you want to put, and within that you create your member ASNs, add your member ASNs. So if you already have a non-hierarchical ASSet like this, there is a mechanism for you to transition to a hierarchical one. Okay. Create a new ASSet, make sure the members of your old and the new ASSet matches, add your new ASSet as a member of the old ASSet. From then on, you don't have to touch the old ASSet, keep updating your new ASSet. In the meantime, go talk to your eBGP peers, update your peering DB, and maybe a month or 2 later, delete your old ASSet. But don't just go blindly delete, then you don't appear in the IRA database, which means I don't see you. Right? Again, back to basics. Since it's really difficult for us to identify what is bad, no evil bit and the rest, we then try to approximate what's good. Many of our security tools actually try to do that, right? We try to estimate what is good, assume anything outside of that is bad, drop it, right? So there are tools that allow us to do this. One of the most important tools that we have recently is BGP roles, RFC 9234. One of the best tools or best proposals, I think, because even without me configuring a policy, if your platform supports RFC 9234, it will automatically help you prevent route leaks. Right? The idea is very simple. Define your role against your BGP neighbors. If I have a provider, mark myself as a customer. If I have a peer, mark myself as a peer. Right? So the allowed roles are either I'm a provider to downstreams, my local eBGP speaking router, or either I'm a customer to my upstream, I'm a peer to my peer, I'm a route server to a RS client, or I'm a route server client at an internet exchange, right? And the only allowed relationships are provider to customer or customer to provider, peer to peer, route server to a route server client, or a route server client to a route server. And how difficult is it to configure? On your local eBGP speaking router, just define your role. If this is an eBGP speaking router that I'm talking to my upstreams, define myself as a customer, that's it. This is on Junos, this is on FRR, right? Ask your vendor. You are the ones paying your vendors. If your platform doesn't support it, maybe you want to push your vendor to make sure that it supports RFC 9234. And the beauty of RFC 9234 is it codifies it. You don't have to do anything. All you need to do is define your local role, and it does the magic for you. Assuming they implement the RFC correctly, right? Vendors don't seem to do that well. So once that is configured, then you have an attribute that we call only to the customer attribute, or the OTC attribute, right? And we don't have to configure that. I just need to configure my local role, and the algorithm takes over, right? And the way we set the attribute is, before I send a route to a customer, peer, or RS client, I just mark a route with the OTC attribute. Only to the customer, you're indicating, right? You're indicating to your peer that, hey, you're allowed to send this route onwards to your customers, but not to your upstream. That's the logic, right? And on the inbound side, if you receive a route from your upstream provider or your peer or from a route server, and if there's no OTC attribute set, then you mark it, right? And the check is straightforward. Check is very straightforward. On the outbound side, if a route is marked with the OTC attribute, do not send it to your upstream. Only send it to your customer. That's what the attribute says, right? And on the inbound side, when you're receiving routes from your peers, if you receive that from a customer, if you receive a route from a customer with the OTC mark, probably it's a provider-to-provider leak. I might be a customer, I might have two upstreams, I receive that route from my upstream with the OTC marked, and I'm leaking that across to my other provider. So if you see that, you can actually discard that route and you can prevent route leaks. Right. It's a very powerful tool. And what does it have? It only actually has the AS of the sender. When you go look at the OTC attribute, it just has the sender's ASN in it. Right? Then that brings us to RPKI, right? Chain of trust that you build. And the first one that you do is route origin authorization. Me as the custodian of an address space, I can nominate any ASN that I want to originate that on my behalf, and I digitally sign it. Right? That's what a ROA is. And the idea with that is, instead of me just filtering against route objects, now whenever somebody sends me a routing announcement, I look it up. I look up the ROA database, compare, look at the prefix. If it matches, great. Look at the origin AS. If it matches, great. Then I also look at the max length. Is the prefix length correct? If all of those match, it's valid. If either the prefix length or the origin doesn't match, it's not valid. And if people are still lazy to create a ROA, I can't go look up a ROA in the database. I mark it as unknown, right? When I was at APNIC in my previous life, we did a lot, almost 7 years of ROA deployathons, ROA signing BOFs. I'll give you a T-shirt. I'll buy you a beer. Please sign your ROA, right? But be very careful. ROA, some people just say, oh, just go create a ROA. You would want to be very careful. If I run a multi-AS network, I might have a transit AS, I might have access ASNs. Right? For my mobile network, maybe a AS. For my data center network, maybe AS. Those are all access AS for me. Many people tend to create ROA only for the transit AS, but you originate those routes from your access AS, and you are invalidating yourself. The other side who is validating will go, hey, the nominated origin AS is only the transit AS, but the actual more specifics are coming out of your access AS. So there are certain best practices you would want to follow when it comes to ROA creation also. Some people are very lazy. They misuse the max length attribute, /32 v6 all the way to /128. Why even bother creating a ROA then? Because you allow me to do all more specific hijacks because your ROA says I'm allowed to do that, right? Probably one of the best proposals from the RPKI group was BGP-SEC. Because I can spoof origin AS, it's not difficult to spoof, which means it will always be marked as route origin valid. But I also need to somehow find a way to secure the path. And RFC 8205 BGP-SEC, I think we are not ready for this algorithm. The algorithm is beautiful, but we don't have the hardware to do this at the moment. And the idea is very simple. When I announce something to my next hop, sign that. When my next hop announces that onwards to others, they create. So we end up creating this chain of signatures. And if you're at the receiving end, you decrypt this chain of signatures and you validate the path. But the problem with that is you need to do crypto on the router. Right? With route origin validation, the crypto is handled by my relying party, which is my RPKI validator. It only gives me a crypto stripped version to my router. My router doesn't have to do any crypto, which is why ROV works really well. But with BGP-SEC, your router needs to do all the crypto. I need also to find a way. Every eBGP speaking router, I need their keys on my eBGP speaking router, right? So brilliant idea, but maybe perhaps we are not ready. Maybe 10 years from now, we might have hardwares that can do it. But at current stage, my router might be as big as a car for me to be able to do this, right? Unless you have shares in the vendors, we don't want to implement BGP-SEC yet. So that brings me to the final puzzle piece, right, which is So BGP-SEC is for the future, whenever we are ready, whenever hardwares are ready. So for the interim, people came up with a per hop validation, which is ASPA, AS path validation, right? Autonomous System Provider Authorization. It uses the same RPKI framework, the same RPKI chain of trust. In ROA, we said, me as a custodian of this address, I nominate this origin AS to announce my route. With ASPA, I'm a customer, I nominate my upstreams. So if I have two upstreams, I add them as my providers, right? I am the customer AS, and I sign that object, and that object is what we call ASPA. Here is an example of Cloudflare. This is their customer AS, and they're telling the world, these are my 3 upstreams, and they sign that, right? There are also special AS0 ASPAs that you will see. If you're a tier 1, you may not have a transit provider, and to indicate to the world, you mark AS0 there. Even with ROAs, you have AS0 capability. If I have unused space, remember Orange was getting hijacked, their unused/15 was getting hijacked for the last 2 weeks because there was no AS0 ROA for that. So if you have unused space, I wonder why they even have a /15 unused. Sell it off, make money, or give it to me, right? But they could have gone and nominated AS0 ROA for that unused address space. And whenever somebody tries to hijack, if I see that ROA, your AS0 says not to be routed, is what AS0 means, right? But yeah, it seems they didn't do it. But in ASPA also, we can use AS0 to indicate to the world that I have no upstreams. I am a tier 1, right? And and good thing about ASPA, again, is no crypto on the router, because my validators do all the hard work. They will pull all the ASPA objects, decrypt all of them, and the validated payload is what comes to my router, right? So my router does not have to do any crypto on it. And ASPA algorithm is a bit complex, right? They have this concept of up ramp, they have this concept of down ramp, but we don't have to know that, because if the vendors implement it correctly, the algorithm the code is supposed to do that, right? But the logic is very simple. Upstream from me, customer, to the provider. At each hop, you look at the customer AS, you look at the next hop, and look at ASPA data to see if the next hop is in the list of my provider AS or not. If it is, it's valid. If it is not, if my ASPA data says, for Cloudflare, only this one, but for some reason, if the next hop is AS6939 or some other AS, your ASPA is saying this is not my provider, it's invalid, right? And right now, many RIRs are not ready, except for RIPE and ARIN. Most RIRs don't have a way for you to create an ASPA object, so majority will be marked as not found because I can't go find an ASPA object. Right. But this is up-ramp, customer to provider. And now it helps with spoofed origin AS. In this simplified topology that I'm sharing here, AS1 on the right-hand side is the genuine, but somebody is trying to spoof as AS1 on the other side, and they're trying to. Your ROV will mark this as valid. Look at the prefix, look at the origin AS, they match. Oh, route origin valid. But with ASPA, I can now detect the spoofed origin attack, right? Because I look at all the ASPA objects. AS1 has marked AS2 as its upstream. AS2 has done the same for AS3. AS3 is a tier 1, no upstream. AS4 has marked AS3 as upstream. So if I'm validating this at AS4, I see 2 paths. One coming from the spoofed origin with a path attribute of originated from 1, came via 5 to me, and AS4 also received it from the other end, which says originated by 1, came through 2, came through 3, but based on ASPA, I know that AS5 is not a provider for AS1. Spoofed origin, drop the packet, right? So you prevent this kind of spoofed origin attacks. This is the complex part of ASPA, there's this downstream path validation, and this concept of a valley-free routing, right? Typically, if I'm a downstream, you're a downstream of somebody, I'll have my providers, my upstream might have their upstreams, and eventually we all meet either at a common upstream, maybe if we both share a common tier 1, or our 2 upstreams might peer with each other, right? But there is no valley, as you can see. We will either meet at a common peak or we will meet at 2 upstreams who peer with each other. Whenever there is a valley, up, down, that means somebody is leaking it somewhere, right? If I have two upstreams, what I learn from one upstream, BGP will automatically start leaking that to my other upstream, then you form what's called a valley. So that's how you detect route leaks, right? And the way ASPA finds it is that if it looks at the up ramp, it looks at the down ramp, and if it does not meet at a common tier 1 or at two providers, adjacent providers, it assumes there was a valley and it's a leak, right? This might explain it a bit better. In this case, AS4 has two upstreams, AS3 and AS5. Whatever routes it learned from AS3, it is accidentally leaking it out to its other upstream, AS5. But ASPA is able to detect this leak because I plot the path on the up ramp. I look at the AS path, originated from 1, transited 2, transited 3 before I learned it. On the down ramp, ASPA data says I should only have 5 to 6. So there is a gap. AS4 is the gap. So the way ASPA looks at valleys is if there is a gap, if it does not meet either at a common upstream or between two adjacent peers, there is a gap. That gap is assumed to be a route leak, and then it marks it as invalid. Right. Timeline-wise, I did this 2 years ago. The timeline hasn't changed. Right? The ASPA main document is pretty much, I think, ready, but it's more the RTR from your validator to the router. They have had to rewrite that. So the version 2 is almost ready, and hopefully by end of this year it's ready. RIRs are not ready, right, except for Arian and Ripe. APNIC, my former colleagues, they tell me by Q2, end of Q2, or by Q3 they should have a dashboard ready. I don't know about Afrinic. If there's anyone in this room, you might want to push your RIR to give you an ASPA dashboard, right? When it comes to RPKI validators, pretty much all well-known validators are ready. They have been ready 3 years ago, right? And when it comes to your commercial BGP speakers, talk to your vendors. Pick your poison, whatever poison you use, push them. Tell them that we need ASPA support, right? Because routing daemons already do it. FRR does it, Bird does it, but it's the commercial routing vendors who don't seem to do it yet. Right. Now, quickly, advertising route views. When things go wrong, we need to go back in time to understand what happened, how it happened. And for that, researchers or analysts like myself, we need access to BGP historical data. And route views is the world's oldest route collector. Right? It has been collecting routes, BGP timestamp, for last almost close to 30 years, and it archives that data every 2 hours. Right? And there are many commercial tools that actually use route views data, but they don't acknowledge that. Maybe it's time folks acknowledged, because the underlying data is still route views data, right, with all these commercial tools out there. Just quick look at Africa, where the collectors are. There are only 4 collectors in the whole of this continent, right? We might want to increase that. We might want to do better with that. So route views definitely is looking to have new collector locations. Either IXP or a member of the IXP can host that. And to peer with route views now does selective peering. In the past, it didn't. Because there are hobby networks who also want to peer with route views, and you don't get any visibility from those networks. So route views now does selective peering. And if possible, please give route views the full BGP feed. Even if you're not at an IX, you can do multi-hop. We host 2 or 3 collectors in University of Oregon that allows you to do eBGP multi-hop. Right. That's my talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tashi. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, please come through to the mic.
Hello, my name is Mark Elkins. I am a member of Afrinic. Afrinic doesn't yet do ASA. ASPA. Can we please have ASPA? Thank you.
Yeah. I also second that.
My name is Donald Jolly. I have put on my work online communications hat and also asking the same thing of Afrinic. But more a question to you, because this might be something that Afrinic might say, is that ASPA is not yet ratified. So why should we be implementing it on our systems? What would you say to that?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like I said, the ASPA document, the main ASPA document itself, I would assume is ratified, although it's not yet at the IETF, because the document hasn't changed in the last 4 or 5 years. The standard is solid. The main ASPA document, it's the RTR that is taking more time. Because some well-known names are involved, the likes of Randy are involved, and the previous RTR that they wrote. So convincing some of the seniors takes time, and having to change that code because your previous validators only knew how to strip a rower, but now it also needs to have that ability to strip ASPA objects, the crypto part. So that is the part that's taking, hopefully by end of this year, it gets ratified. But I think Donald makes a good point. But I think RIR can still prepare itself, talk to other RIRs, because RIRs have inter-RIR working groups, where if RIPE has done it, ERIN has done it, APNIC is doing it, why not the other two, LACNIC and AFRINIC?
Good afternoon. Actually, yeah, good afternoon. Hendrik Versage, I'm from AFRINIC member. Question on this, can we implement it ourselves if we have a delegated RPKI?
Yes, you can. Krill already supports that capability for you to run a delegated mechanism. But the chain of trust can't still be broken. Even if you run a delegated RPKI, that delegated one needs to have been delegated by someone. Right, so as long as the chain exists, great. But if the chain doesn't exist,
Just last comment here as an AFRINIC member. Can AFRINIC members please ask AFRINIC for delegated RPKI?
Yep, correct. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Tashi. Up next, we're going to invite Pim van Pelt. Pim started his career as a network engineer in the Netherlands, where he worked for InTouch, Freela, and BIT. He helped raise awareness of IPv6, for example, by launching it at M6 in 2001. He works as a distinguished software engineer at Google in Zurich, Switzerland, since 2006. And in his free time, he occasionally flies model helicopters. Please, let's give him a warm welcome. He will be presenting to us about certificate transparency, running static CT logs. Welcome, Pim.
Thank you, Portia. That was a long time ago since I've heard that particular intro. Yes, I do fly model helicopters in all 8 directions, also upside down. All right, so normally when I stand on stage, I talk about data plane networking, fast packet transfer, and things like that. This time I'm going to talk about something different, something I've never really spoken of before, so you'll see me probably stumble a little bit out of my comfort zone. But I have 2 questions to start. Hopefully one is easy and one might be more difficult. Who here knows what TLS is, or perhaps SSL? And I'm seeing 1/3 of the people, 1/3 perhaps asleep and 1/3 not knowing it perhaps. Okay, so who knows what certificate transparency is? Because that's what this talk is about. It's very esoteric. I see like 2 people, one of whom I just explained it the day before yesterday. Okay. So first, a little bit about me. I'm Pim. I'm Dutch. I sound American, but I'm not. And I'm a member of the RIPE community up north since 1999. My first RIPE meeting was RIPE number 34. You can reach me in my Dutch email address, pim@ipng.nl, and also ch, since I live in Switzerland. In the pandemic, I got bored, so I incorporated IPNG into a small company, and we do these DPDK and VPP routers. You'll see me talk about those a lot. I'll skip the rest because it's not super relevant to this talk. So what is certificate transparency? When you ask for an SSL certificate for your web server or for your mail server, some certificate authority will sign you a certificate saying that that thing belongs to you. This may be news to newcomers to the industry, but we used to not have this stuff. We used to telnet to our routers, and we used to use HTTP without any security for decades and decades. And what was actually a surprise to me as I was creating this slide deck is only 11 years ago, on the left-hand side of this graph, Chrome, the Google web browser, measured less than 40% of secured website usage within Chrome. And this is in 2015, so that's 11 years ago. But if you look at the ramp up, today it's actually almost complete. There are some countries that don't have it on all properties or all websites, but actually most of the lines converge, at roughly 100% of websites being secure. And we have mainly one entity to thank for that. It's Let's Encrypt. They decided to give out free certificates, whereas before you would go to a certificate authority and they would say, well, for the privilege of us proving you're you must pay $200 per year. And it made certificates actually out of reach for many smaller companies. So they just didn't bother. But as is always the case, as these things ramp up, shady enterprises and criminals figure out ways to leverage or abuse such a system. So the root problem is these trusted certificate authorities that we were told they are like gods and you must trust what they say are actually not very trustable at all. Even the very big ones like DigiCert or Google. And so we have seen rogue certificates issued without the owner of the domain even being aware. We have seen misused certificates by means of configuration errors in these CAs. We've also seen CAs penetrated and taken over by third parties to mint or create certificates on behalf of other users. Sometimes CAs backdate certificates or hide them for whatever reason. And there's basically no accountability for these rogue or incompetent or buggy certificate authorities. So the main takeaway is, as much as we love them, we can't trust CAs as much as they would like us to believe. And although the lining here is not perfectly aligned, I listed 6, and you can see 4 of them here, incidents in not too long ago times where these things actually went wrong. So in 2011, again, HTTPS was maybe 40 or 50% back then, or less than 40%. A CA called Komodo accidentally issued 10 fraudulent certs. The one that got me interested in this whole problem space is DigiNotar, which was a Dutch state-owned notary CA, issued 100 fraudulent certs, one of them for Google in Iran, and a state actor used those to place a man-in-the-middle attack and assassinate state dissidents in Iran. That is a very bad cross to bear if you're a CA and you ended up minting certs that were completely fraudulent. Turk Trust in Turkey accidentally created an intermediary certificate that could sign anything in the world, and they used that for 6 months until they got found. And then MSC Holding, it gets worse over time. In 2015, issued, I think, 30,000 fraudulent certs. Anyway, the list goes on. So the problem is we can't really trust these CAs. So Google decided to do something about that. So Google owns Chrome, which is very useful, and they have a CA. Not many people know this, but because they got tired of having fraudulent certs on Google properties, they decided to create their own certificate authority, which they use only for their products. Most of these hyperscalers will have one of these as well. So how to create this transparency? We do 5 steps. So step number 1 is provide some form of infrastructure where we can log in a public fashion all of these certificates. And then number 2, sign these certificates by a party other than the CA. So a third party looks at the certificate and says, all right, this one is legit. I'm going to set my signature on it as well and log that publicly. And then number 3, user agents, commonly known as browsers, will check for these time-stamped signatures from the third party. And if they are not there, issue some form of privacy error. So their certificate is is somehow valid only if more than one third party validate the CA's work. And you would say, why would a CA care? Well, because the browsers are actually checking them. If you take Safari and you take Internet Explorer and you take Chrome and you take Firefox, you have captured 90% of web traffic. And if those user agents decide we're going to enforce the existence of these extra signatures, the CA's hands are tied, like they have to participate. So these CAs are now incentivized to use these logs. And domain owners can now just look at these logs, which are public resources, to see their certs in the log. When was it issued? And if it was them, they're like, good, I remember that was me. And if it was not them, they're like, what happened? Why is there a cert here that I did not ask for? And so the benefits really are the domain owners. They can find incorrect certificates, obviously also correct ones, but that's less exciting. And CAs can now be held accountable for their operations. Assuming that makes rough sense, I wanted to thank Phil Bonneff from Google, who has this beautiful slide deck previously that I stole the iconography from. There are 7 roles, 7 actors in this ecosystem, and I'll go over them maybe one by one. So the first one is us, the domain owners. Like you own your website, ipng.ch, or nog.net.za, and so on, or google.com. And then there's the certificate authorities. These are the folks who write these certificates. Like this can be Let's Encrypt or DigiCert or Sec2Go, GlobalSign, GoDaddy. Like there's many of them, a couple, maybe 100. Then there's the user agents, the browsers, Safari, Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and so on. Then there's the log operators, who are the folks who have this public log that the CAs are meant to write into. And there's a bunch of them. Cloudflare runs one, Let's Encrypt, Sec2Go, TrustAsia, DigiCert, Geomis, and then the one in the circle there is me, IPNG. And then there's log monitors who are just looking at these logs and sort of tailing them to see what is being written to them. Facebook runs one of these. There's a website that's almost always down called cert.sh. Google runs one, SearchStream, Census. Most of the time you can use these tools to inspect the logs, to take a look at them. A specific type of role here are log verifiers. And these log verifiers are looking at the logs to make sure 2 properties hold. A log entry that is written is never changed and never deleted, which is a form of change. So as soon as it's in this public ledger, it can never be changed again, or that's a bug. That's a huge issue. And then there's researchers, folks that are just looking at this and sort of trying to get some intelligence out of the whole log stream and all the certificates set. So roughly 160, 170 new certificates are made every second across the world. And so all of these end up in these public logs, right, by now. So I'm going to give 4 different scenarios on how these actors sort of interact with one another. So the first one here is the domain owner at the left side says, hey, can I have this certificate for my website? And they ask the CA this, say, Let's Encrypt. And before Let's Encrypt gives the cert, they will ask the log operator, hey, please log this cert. I'm intending to write one for ipng.ch. Please log it. And then the log operator says, cool, I logged it. And here is the proof of receipt. That is this signature that I signed. Then on step number 4, you get your cert, ipng.ch, which is now the actual cert, including that receipt. And as well, the CA will ask the log operator to log the actual cert. So there's 2 log operations. One is the intent to give out a certificate, and then the second one is the actual certificate. And they're almost identical with a couple of small sort of technical details between them. So interaction number 2, this is users on the internet. Someone wants to watch Nyan Cat, so they go to YouTube. And they ask for that Nyan Cat video. And when they connect to the youtube.com or YouTube property, we are asked to prove the identity of that domain. So this is how TLS and SSL certificate validation works in general. This should be quite normal, although it's maybe a different way of looking at it. So the web browser will ask the domain owner in a way like, hey, prove that you're you. And the way that proof is handled is the website owner will give the cert. It's like, hey, so the CA told me, right, that they trust that I am me, and therefore you can trust that I am me because everyone trusts CAs. Except now, you're also giving this signature, this extra receipt that we got previously, right? So when the CA asked the log operator to sign off on the pre-cert and the cert, that signature goes along with the TLS certificate inside of the browser. So in other words, you can see both that the CA gave ipng.ch a certificate, but also that one of these log operators or multiple of these log operators agreed with that operation. So assuming that looks good, we can go crazy on the Nyan Cat video. In the meanwhile, in the background, as these pre-certs and certs are logged into this system, there is this log verifier who asserts there can never be changes once it's in the log, and there can never be deletions of anything that is ever written to the log. And if you're interested in the maths behind this, this is done with a Merkle tree, where every little bit of data gets a signature on it, and then as the data grows, you sign the whole block, and then move on to a next level, and then sign those blocks. And so there's like this string of signatures that goes all the way to the root of the tree. And if any piece of the data in the tree is ever changed, all of those signatures become invalid. So it's really easy to see if anything changed in the meantime. If the log operator wanted to manipulate any certificate, they could absolutely do that because they own the disk for that, right? So they can write something different, but the Merkle tree proof will then fail. Therefore, the certificates will all become invalidated, and the log is then corrupt and has to be deleted and will not be trusted by any browser anymore. So it's an important role that these log verifiers run. And then log monitors. If you know the computer program tail, to like tail a log file, imagine doing that on this log. So you'll see all these certificates as they come in, about 150 per second, and you get to inspect them, you get to look at each certificate as they are written to the log, you get to filter them perhaps for the ones that you're interested in, like your own domains, and you'll see every time any one of these logs gets a certificate request for or a full certificate for ipng.ch, for example. And have yourself be emailed, or assume that if it is not your request that something is wrong, and go complain. So those are the four main properties of this ecosystem. So I wanted to show you how you could, if you were interested, participate in this ecosystem. So operating these, there are two pieces of open source that you might use. There's multiple types of static log implementations, but the two main ones that I'll talk about today are Sunlight at the top here, which was written by a character called Filippo Valzorda for Let's Encrypt. His company is Geomis, and I've linked here sites in the blog and the launch announcements and things like that. I've also written a little bit about Sunlight on my own blog if you're interested in taking a look. So Sunlight is open source, it's on GitHub, you can just download it, it's written in Go, you can compile it and run a log for yourself. Google has been writing log software for a long time. They have a Tessera library, which is a Merkle tree library where you can just add stuff at the tail and it gets signed. And then they have a Tessera CT, certificate transparency, called Tesseract, which is based off of that library, written by Philippe Bonnef and Al Cutter and Roger Nung at Google. A super cool team called the Trust and Safety in Google. So I also wrote a little bit about that, but I'll skip over that. So if you're interested in the hardware parts, this runs on pretty much commodity hardware. It used to be the case that if you ran a transparency log, you would need like a whole data center's worth of compute, like 1,000 nodes and databases and Kubernetes and like all of that stuff. No longer true, you can run on a single computer. So with these static CT logs, you're actually just writing little bits of information in these tiles, these little blocks of 256 certificates into the disk, and then signing them with a hash, putting them in the Merkle tree. And you can do this actually at very affordable compute costs. So what I put here is 64 gigs of ECC RAM. By the way, it must be ECC. Imagine a bit flip somewhere writing a Merkle tree hash that is invalid. Your log is immediately wasted. Like it will never be usable again. You cannot correct from this because you can never change what you wrote after you wrote it. Which also means you probably want good storage. So maybe no Samsung QVO 4 terabyte on sale. I use these Kioxia or Toshiba NVMe platters and these SAS3 Samsung that used to be in NetApps, right? NetApp shipped those. So these are not cheap, unfortunately, especially now with SSD crunch. But very important to have good disk, performant good disk, because you can never lose data. That's the whole purpose of the log, is to never lose it. CPU-wise, 16 cores would be enough. We run about 12 CPU seconds per second at peak. And so if you had 16 CPUs, you would be good. And a 10 gig NIC is called for 1.8 gigs. Interestingly, just yesterday, this turned more into like 3 gigs because someone in this audience started scraping my logs. And then it's hypervisor friendly. So if you used Proxmox or Zen or QEMU, KVM, you can totally run this on hypervisors. That is what we run them at IPNG as well. But please be careful with ZFS and hypervisors. You definitely want to pass through the disks to the guest so that it can do ZFS for itself. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble. So hardware-wise, this computer is not super expensive, except perhaps for the NVMe disks that can run up a cost. So to build these now, we create a ZFS pool. We use RAID Z2, which means there are 2 parity disks for your pool. We have 4 disks in total, which means half of our disk is for parity and the other half is for storage. I put the command line here because there's some issues with performance and with like throughput, especially the A shift if you've ever used ZFS. Setting on auto trim so that your disks don't write themselves into oblivion after a while. For Hendrik there, setting up the X attributes so that you don't get stuck on this stuff, and then just adding the 4 disks. The key material of my log, the ones that I use to set signatures on the requests that I get from Let's Encrypt and Google and Sectigo, is obviously very high IP. Like that is steel-worthy stuff. And so we put that on an encrypted volume, which we mount and decrypt only at start time and then unmount again so that the keys are in memory of the serving process, but if the power were to ever fail or the machine were to get stolen, the keys at least are safe. So the second line here is creating a data set called ENC for encrypted, where we keep all the key material and configs. And then we'll create a data set called logs, in which we will create one log called Rennet and one log called Gouda, which are cheeses. Each log operator chooses their own mythology, I guess. I chose cheeses because I'm Dutch. And Rennet is an ingredient for cheese. Yes. And Gouda is obviously the famous Dutch cheese. And then for each half year, we'll create a log shard. So this started in 2025 H2, and then all the way through to 2027 H2. And as time goes on, we will just create new log shards as the old ones fill up. We'll set quota on them, about 2 terabytes for each half year. And if you recall, there was 7.68 terabytes of usable storage in the pool, which means we should be able to keep 4 of these at any given time on disk. And there's only 2 at any given time that are typically written to. All right, so now we have our ZFS stuff and our encrypted file system. We can now create the Sunlight configuration directory and edit in a file called sunlightstaging.yaml. So this thing is actually pretty simple, and I really appreciate this in Sunlight a lot compared to the alternative that I'll show in a second. The config file says, let's go listen on all addresses, IPv4 and IPv6 on this port 16420. And then I'll write my checkpoints in this file over here. And then my log has this long list of attributes, like a name, when we created it, which is called the inception, how often we write the signed tree head, how many certs per bulk transaction do we accept, which is 1,050 in my case, which URL can we use to write to the log, which is called the submission prefix, and which URL can we use to read from the log, which is called the monitoring prefix. The field under that is the CCADB. So this is the common, I think, CA database that Mozilla maintains. So all of the roots that you may have in your web browser on your OS, they're somehow listed right on this central website, which Mozilla maintains, and it's called the CCADB. And they have trusted and testing roots. And so for a production log, we'll use the trusted ones. And then we have some extra roots that we also wish to trust. Maybe I should tell you, when you submit to this log, Not everyone can do that. So if you were to start posting to this log right now, it'll be rejected because the signatures of the CA need to be present. And the only people who can make those signatures are the CAs themselves. So the idea here is this is a public open endpoint on the internet, but the only people who can write to it are people that have a certificate that is in this root list. And then the last two, I'll skip over the directories, those are kind of boring. The last two are this temporal shard starts in 2026, January 1st, and ends 2026, July 1st. So that means any certificate with a transpiry date within that window is eligible to be written to this shard. Which means if you wanted to write a 2028 certificate to this shard, it would be rejected. You need to write it to the 2028 log shard instead. So that means all the certificates that end up in this particular shard will be those that have an expiry date in that window. All right, so then if I have the write path, Sunlight also has a thing called Skylight, and Skylight is a companion, and it's the read path. So it has a much shorter configuration file. In fact, this is the whole thing. A port, and then what is the monitoring prefix, and what is the directory to go serve this data out of. Think of it like an Nginx, but with very specific opinionated configs, like which accepted encoding types, and which ones are zipped, and which ones are not, and which ones are cacheable, and which ones are not. So what I appreciate about Skylight is it sets this all up for you. You don't have to think about all of the config. By the way, I did have to think about all the config. I'll get back to that in a second. So then you start the Sunlight job for the the write path, and you start the Skylight job for the read path, and you're off to the races. Your log is running. So that's Sunlight. And then Tesseract is a different implementation. And I felt back then when I started that I may as well use both types, so run two logs, one on Sunlight and one on Tesseract. And I think I'll go over this one a little bit faster. It's very similar in a way. It has this Tesseract YAML file that describes your logs. And I made it look very similar to the ones in Sunlight. Unfortunately, Tesseract does not come with the user experience that Sunlight comes with. Tesseract is only a binary that you can compile, and it has no configuration harness. So I wrote one of these called the external tool for configs here, Tesseract genconf, which will read this YAML file and then generate a key, generate some HTML files, some environment variables for the jobs to run in, some Nginx for the read path, and then some roots, because it did not used to support CCADB. It does not come with a read path. So the main struggle I had starting all of this is you start writing all the stuff to the logs, and you point some Nginx at it, and everyone started screaming at me that my read path was broken because I didn't set the proper caching variables, and I didn't set the proper encoding types, and I must have gzipped this one but cannot gzip that one, and this one must be JSON. And so it was a little bit of an annoyance to me. And eventually, after 5 rounds of being yelled at by the community, I ended up with this Gen Nginx, which will generate the whole Nginx configuration with all of the bells and whistles all set up. All right, so here too, I'll look at one of these .env files, and if you run stuff in Docker, this should not be foreign to you. It's just a bunch of arguments that I'll put, and then I'll start the Tesseract, and I'll link in this auto-generated Nginx config file for lipase 2026 H1. Lipase is one of the ingredients that goes into cheese, and one of our operators is Greek, and so the Tesseract logs are called halloumi. So performance-wise, the guys at Google wrote a pretty cool tool called the Hammer. That is MC Hammer in the bottom there. And Hammer just load tests your static log. And I load tested them side by side on the same hardware. Sunlight does about 6,500 to 8,000 certificates per second. And as I said, the current rate in the internet is about 160 or 170. Tesseract goes way further than that, does about 20 to 22,000, and gets served out of Nginx. So to wrap up, the pros for Sunlight is it has this built-in read path with Skylight, very good YAML config. Has a little bit more mileage because it's a little bit older. And in fact, Tesseract had a very gnarly bug that bricked one of my logs as well as one of Google's logs. But otherwise, Tesseract is much faster. It's more efficient. It runs on AWS and GCP if you were to run it on a cloud. So one thing that I should note is the reason why IPNG and Geomis were eventually asked to run one of these is because the industry itself started getting a little bit antsy that all of these logs were from American companies on hyperscalers. So they were either at AWS or they were at Azure or they were at GCP, and they were operated by American companies, and folks kind of said, maybe we want some indie independent log operators that are not on cloud and just run this stuff in their own premises, in their own data center. So they're actually quite keen on small operators. Don't be worried if you were to be interested thinking, that's not for me, that's out of my league, these are the Google people. They actually maybe prefer the smaller operators. So we did have to learn a bunch. It's not free, it's very esoteric, and there's not a huge documentation corpus online. But there is a Slack channel, which is really cool, and there's smart operators there, monitors, developers, the folks who wrote this code. The other thing that I'll note is we got DOSed up the wazoo with this thing when we launched. We got Tor posting certificates or reading certificates from another log and then cross-posting them to our log for reasons unclear to anyone in this community. And you should budget some time and some capacity for this. So you can't just run it and then forget about it and turn it off. They require a 99% uptime on a 30-day rolling average, and Google will berate you and remove you if you end up violating that without a good reason. All right, so the results are these two logs that you can go look at. Renette is our Sunlight staging log, and Lipase is our Tesseract staging log. And then the next slide, again, horrible alignment. But a bunch of links that you can see. The certificate transparency homepage originally started by Google. The specification for static CT, and one thing that I really appreciate from these folks is they're not too interested in going through the IETF song and dance because it's very expensive and time consuming, so they just have a GitHub page where they're like, this is the spec, and we all agreed. That's good. It's like IETF underdog. And then Sunlight and Tesseract, the two main implementations. There's a bunch of Go clients. There's a bunch of extra stuff that you can look at. The C tool is maybe one point worth pointing out. It's a little program in Go that allows you to look at the read path for these logs, any one of these logs, to just get certificates back out on the other side. And then there's some mailing lists that unfortunately got chopped off due to the formatting. But if you're interested in any of this stuff, come find me. The community is super, super friendly. You don't have to be a crypto nerd. In fact, I am not. I'm a data plane guy to participate in it. And then I got 20 seconds left and a video of 33 seconds. So let's see if that fits. Gouda in the wild. And it's a video, and I'm hoping that AV can help run it. All right, so we're here on the Indico for this event. And by pure happenstance, when I go and view the certificate, this is in Firefox, I can see that this is for events.inks.net.za, and it was issued by Let's Encrypt, and it was issued here at 4 a.m. GMT on Friday, the 27th of March. You may have seen these before. And if you scroll all the way down to this page, you'll see these SCTs have two signatures from two different log operators, Sectigo, by a log called Elephant, and IPNG Networks by a log called Gouda. So I have validated that Let's Encrypt was entitled to give events.inks.net.za the certificate, and without that, you would not be able to visit the website. That's it. That's what I got.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Ed from ZANOG. Two ones, actually, probably. Other than feeling good and fuzzy, what would the motivation for anyone in this room be to host a log like this? The second question would be, do I understand it right that the logs don't necessarily have to be complete, because obviously you mentioned the 99% uptime, so they'll probably miss something every now and then, but it'll still be useful if it's not complete?
I'll do the second one first. Instead of demanding that log operators have very high uptime, the CAs stripe over 5 different logs. So they will write to 5 different logs and take the first 2 that gave an SCT back. Which means that if mine is down, I just can't participate in signing the pre-cert, but maybe Geomis can, or maybe Google can, or maybe one of the others will. And there are currently 7 or 8 logs, I think. And so as long as enough of them are around. So for example, if AWS and GCP were to have a simultaneous outage, like many of the very large log operators just fall off the planet, and people crowd on the smaller guys. And then your first question, who cares? Like, why would you do this? There are these things, I guess, that maybe it's just me, like the internet needs to be safe and people need to see to it that it is. It's perhaps not the most glamorous job to run a log like this, or a CA for that matter. But I think those who believe in participating and helping out the bottommost layer of critical infrastructure on the planet may find participating in this type of a community an interesting investment of their time. So I do it for the love. Jaco.
Jaco, the log operators, how do they determine whether a specific CA is actually permitted or allowed to issue a certificate for a specific domain?
Yes, good question, and that's this CCADB. So HCA is actually permitted to sign any domain in principle. They are called a root CA for that purpose. And Mozilla has this list of root CAs. And each operator, sorry, I shouldn't say operator, each user, like OS maintainer, each CA, each log operator, each browser manufacturer gets to decide for themselves what are the CAs that I trust. So for example, sometimes people went way in the wrong in CA land, and Google Chrome would kick out the CA and make them untrusted. That's a very big deal for the internet because it means that every domain that was minted by that CA in Chrome would just stop working. Safari has done this also. Like you can look on the internet a couple of really big events where a CA really went in the wrong and they essentially got banned. So how do you do that? Well, I don't do it myself. I just use the CCADB as is given by Mozilla. And then every quarter I inspect the diff, like CAs that come in and come out. And the agreement we have as log operators is that once we accept the root CA, we will never remove it again in that log shard. So essentially that just keeps on growing. That list keeps on growing. Thank you for the question.
Hendrik Versace, Envisage Cloud Solutions. I'm the guilty. One of the interesting things that I've picked up with certificates getting issued is that as soon as you get a certificate for any name, basically, that site gets sort of targeted. Is this something that these CT logs assist in making available for these sort of scrapers, attackers, or is it something that we need to be aware of? How do you see that happening?
Yeah, well, the answer is yes. Like these logs absolutely facilitate scrapers finding your website the minute you get a cert for it. And actually, you used this the other day because Hendrik was interested to see who in COSA has SSL or who in COSA has like a proper IPv6 or whatever, but scraping the zone is a little bit difficult because DNSSEC and whatnot, right? So you can just look at all COSA domains coming out of these logs by tailing them. And then you'll find every single one of these domains that requested a certificate, at least if it wants to be usable in any modern browser, which is literally everyone, right? So there are people who are tailing these logs, find new domains that they haven't seen before, and immediately engage in like cold call sales and other stuff. And that is unfortunately an attribute of radical transparency. Like if you're transparent about all of these certificates, then yes, you put them all in a public ledger that people could read.
Thank you so much, Pim.
Oh, thank you, Portia.
Please let's give him a round of applause.
Cheers.
Okay, for the next presentation, I'd like to welcome Jaco Kruin. Jaco is the CEO at InterExcel World connection. Thank you, Yaku. He is also the chairperson of the ZANOG IPv6 Adoption Committee, and today he will be presenting to us about IPv6, measuring the uptake. Please let's welcome Yaku.
I'm not Yaku. I am just demonstrating why you do need to implement ASPA, because I'm basically inserting myself into the path between Yaku and lunch. So I am hijacking the stage for 5 minutes. Just to give you a ZANOG update, my name is Donald Jolly. I am, it's different to the other day. So I am one of the board members. Just quickly, what did we do this year as ZANOG? We became more structured. We registered our MPC and we formed some committees. We also engaged more with ISPA and with WAPA, especially around the Afrinic elections, to basically bring the internet community together. We also did 10 events in the last year. We also created, brought in a GGC. We deployed it in CT2. Thank you very much for Terrico's goodwill in making a cabinet available for the good of the internet. And then also at the same time, they donated a stack of servers, and that was built into our infrastructure for future projects. So very quickly, as I said, a bit more structure. The board, Edric, which does all the hard work, Aurora, which whips him, and then me just stands on stage and tells everybody about what's happening in the background. From an organizing committee perspective, it's Ed and myself, and then the program committee, Nichelle and Sean. I think Sean actually needs a big round of applause because this was a really, really great program. And then from the technical committee side, that's in the background, the services that we run, like the GGCs, and then also the new services that we're spinning up as we go along. On the server infrastructure side, we have the chair of Hendrik, and then Andrew on the network side. And then the chair of the outreach training and social media, we have Yolandi. And then why I inserted myself here is that the IPv, Yaku has been appointed, pushed into the chair of the IPv6 Adoption Committee. So what is next for us? I think everybody that's spoken to me knows that we're going to be in Cape Town next year. If not, for our 10-year, we will be, ZANOG will be in Cape Town around about this time. So look out for that. Join us there. ZANOG, this is a question that comes up very often. How do you fund yourself? What's the funding structure? We don't have any membership fees. And that is thanks to all the sponsors. Thank you very much to all the sponsors for this event, but also the ongoing support that you've been giving ZANOG along the way. But then also the volunteers, everybody, those names that you saw on the slide before, all volunteers, all have very busy lives, but they do give some of their time. And so, we want to put even more into that structure. And we want the community out there to start putting some of their time into all these projects and committees that are running. So what I'm really doing is standing up here and saying, backslide, those committees there, if you feel that you can put something in from any of those perspectives, please reach out and put some of your time in there. But I think moving forward, we've been doing events. If you don't like the event, come tell me so we can understand why, and then we can make it better. But I think for most of the time, everybody enjoys the events. And so we need to move forward. We need to have a focus area, and that is for training and IPv6 adoption, because I think that is very important. And so if you have any questions, comments, or you want to volunteer, that is the email address. I'm not doing any questions, answering any questions, because it was 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we've managed to sort out the root leak, I guess we can get on to getting some IPv6 sorted out. Just a matter of interest, how many people here has IPv6 assigned from Afrinic? Or whichever RR. How many of you are advertising that IPv6 into the global routing table? How many of you are actually using that IP space and delegating to customers? Okay, right. So hopefully the stats won't scare you too much then, but plainly we've got the wrong crowd here. I just want to figure out this one quick. That's the laser pointer, so that's forward. Okay. Guess we all know why we need to migrate. So we'll quickly run through that in any case, not too big of a list. What the challenges are with uptake, how do we measure these things, how do we go forward, and then we'll take some questions and hopefully have some discussion as well, because this is something that needs to happen and it's not happening in Africa. Okay, I think we all know about the IPv4 exhaustion. That's been well treated out this week as well. Afrinic's got less than a /12 left to hand out. That was as of 8 April. That's less than 1 million IPs. If we're delegating those in /22s, that is slightly over 700 assignments that can still be made before Afrinic is also completely out of reserve space. Of course, there's other things going on with some space that may or may not be reclaimed. I can't comment on that. Don't know what's going on there. There's a couple of problems with the way things are going currently. Smaller and smaller routing blocks. IP space gets sold. We're already at the 1 million routes in the global routing table. If that breaks down to purely /24s, we're looking at about 16 million routes in the global routing table. Okay, that is not sustainable at the current rate which things are going, and if we break down to /22s, we're probably going to be looking at between 4 and 12 million routes in that global IPv4 routing table. That is going to cause problems, so we really, really need to get this migration going and make sure we get rid of IPv4. IPv dollar. Okay, I think everybody knows that the price has been going up and down. I think in the week prices has been mentioned around $20. That is in fact a little bit on the low side. It might have been there like 10 years back. Currently it seems to be going between 25 and about $40, even up to 45. It's peaked out at around $60 per IP address if you buy that on the open market. Okay, so it starts getting expensive if you're leasing. Pricing I've been getting is about $6 an IP address in rands, and that cost gets passed on to the consumer at the end of the day. So we really, really need to take into consideration this. Just some stats on the cost there. Sorry, that one's the pointer. You'll see there IPv6. Even if you're looking at a /48, that is less than 4 US cents per year that it costs you from Afrinic as an LIR. So we really, cost-wise, it's much better. Where we're pitching in now, most of the new ISPs, it's around $1.40 per year for an address if you take your Afrinic costs into consideration. You're not going to be leasing IPv6, just get it from your RIR. It's practically free. Yeah, I think it's easy enough. There's no real surprises here for anybody, I hope. Okay, currently there's the end-to-end nature. So originally when the internet was founded, every device could speak directly with every other device. That was part of the nature. We kind of intended to have a dumb core, just move packets. That has changed with NAT. As of the last few years, trend has been that everything is HTTP, whether that's QUIC or HTTP2, whatever. And in that case, does it really matter if we have a bunch of NAT? We can dispatch based on SNI in the SSL headers. And if we NAT behind a bunch of stuff, who cares? Enters things like voice. We want to send voice the shortest possible path, and NAT does not allow that. Gaming, similar considerations. So there are still a bunch of other things. Content distribution, similar considerations, and people will generally point out, no, but BitTorrent and the like is generally used for illegal content. Yeah, that doesn't mean there's not legal use for that, which is not a problem. Routers should get simplified. We've seen the routing table for V6 currently at about 250,000 routes compared to 1 million for IPv4. Fewer routes, faster processing in the routers. Yes, the A6 does most of the heavy lifting. Doesn't mean we don't want to get rid of the V4 to simplify things, and we've seen the V4 routing table will probably explode even further in the upcoming time. Don't need to do connection tracking because you don't need to do NAT, which means your router needs less memory. No connection tracking tables. Doesn't mean you don't want a firewall, but now you can do that closer to the edge of the devices. And generally shorter path routing because you don't need to sidetrack traffic to go through these NAT devices. Okay, Mark, I think you've displayed the same graph earlier. That comes from Google. What I found interesting, I need to go back, need that one, is initially was fairly flat, and it seems to kind of make an S-curve as we're going up, which means IPv6 uptake is slowing down. Okay, it's just a little bit bigger. What I did find very positive is that there's no more tunneling to connect different V6 nodes on the internet, so it means there's a single, fully connected IPv6. Everything is now native. There's no more tunnels and stuff going on. That at least is good. Okay, Google measurements. One of the questions we discussed earlier in the week as well is actually what are they measuring? Are they measuring unique visitors, whether they're coming from V4 or V6? So I could potentially, with my given device today, come from V4 because that's what's available on the network. At another point in time, I could be coming from IPv6. How do they then classify that? So there is not 100% clarity on what is actually being measured by these graphs. That is a problem. I'm hoping they're measuring users that has access to V6 and that actively use that. And the writing on the specific page where that graph came from does seem to indicate that. So let's assume they got it right, and about 50% of users on the internet or close on that does have access to IPv6 at this point in time. If we're measuring anything else, we need to keep in mind the overhead on IPv4 and IPv6 does look a little bit different. IPv6 header is 40 bytes, not 20. So that does mean that the overall traffic volumes will increase very slightly when we move to V6 rather than V4. I don't think it is overly significant. Where does South Africa stand in the bigger picture? I think figures of 3% were mentioned earlier in the week. According to Google, that is currently 2.42%. Okay, that is abysmal. We should be ashamed. I think that's based purely on customer traffic, and I'll discuss that a little bit in more depth. APNIC does something similar, a little bit different. They measure a few extra things. Jeff there. Thanks to Ed for pointing this out. They actually run what we think is Google Ads, and there's some JavaScript embedded in that which allows them to check, do you have V4 connectivity? Is there V6 connectivity? Do you prefer IPv6 if it's available? And do you actually follow the happy eyeballs, which essentially I think what that, well, according to the RFC, what you do, you send a packet to the V6, the SYN frame, and if that doesn't come back within recommended is 250 milliseconds, then you blast off a V4 connection at the same time to kind of lower the latency of the connection timeout, which everyone then comes back first does get the connection. So that helps, keeps users happy during the transition, and everybody is hopefully a little bit happier. According to APNIC, and I don't think they should have used the linear one going through there because then by around about 2045 we should be all V6. I'm hoping we can get that a little bit sooner. Again, that S-curve thing which slows down, so are we ever going to get to 100%? I don't know. I'm really hoping we will. I've got a few conclusions on this. According to Jeff, we've got about a 3.2% of eyeballs in South Africa has access. That's a little bit more optimistic than Google. So maybe 3% isn't that far off. What I did find very, very interesting is I think somehow the measurements changed around there because we had a nice little growth there and then suddenly it dropped off. So something changed. They're either in the measurement or in the deployment. Maybe some large network actually had V6 and then went away. And that just looks really, really weird. I think that was actually a mistake made earlier or some measurement somewhere, corrupted data or something. I can't imagine that that spike represents anything sensible. I took a look at Jeff's data. According to them, my ISP has about a 1% uptake, which actually puts us in the top 20% of ISPs, which is really shocking. I actually looked at our BNGs and other DHCP data. According to that, the uptake is a little bit better. On PPP, it's about 5.5% of customers actually take a delegation. We are actively advertising REIT announcements, so they should be, hopefully that'll pick up. But as it stood as of 2 nights back, 5.5% of incoming PPP connections had delegations pointed at them. DHCP was a little bit higher, at about 36.8%, which is good. So that's at least that happening. I must point out, every single customer in our network, if they actually send a DHCP v6 request, they will get a delegation. Every single link has that available. So I can actually say we are at 100% deployed in the network. Unfortunately, getting customers to follow suit is not quite that easy. If I aggregate all of that stats, we get to about 15% of our customer base. I think that's a little bit different than the 1%, which does tend to make me ask the question, even if we provide a delegation to a customer, does it get used on the internal network? Or is it that the internal devices has V6 switched off? I don't know, and I also don't know how to differentiate in those measurements. Lots of questions about what we are even measuring. Meeting earlier in the DCDT, it was, and Mark can attest to this, it was basically, okay, we want kind of a single figure. How far are we with this? How do we measure it? And there's no single value that will tell us this much. So what are we measuring? Are we just counting byte traffic? Are we looking at number of HTTP requests? It is not as simple as we would like it to be. Are we looking at the amount of advertised space? Because that's obviously bloated. Everybody can advertise space, but whether you're actually using it or just null routing it is a very, very different matter. So it's not that easy. Okay, if we look at the Google stats, I based that on, there's basically one data plane. We've got a bunch of IPv6 and IPv4 only hosts, so either you've got one of those or you're deal stacked. Currently, based on inferred data, I suspect the distribution looks something like that. IPv4 only hosts is probably slightly more than half of the hosts on the internet, and the rest is mostly dual stacked with a small percentage of IPv6 only, and I pulled that figure out literally out of thin air. So don't worry too much about the 2.6%. And there also seems to be a discrepancy between the client side, in other words, the eyeballs, and the content providers. The content providers, I suspect, is not as well represented in the IPv6 space. There's too many providers that don't serve content on v6 yet. That also needs to change. How do we measure the networks? How do we split that? Do we just take it by ASN? How do we determine the difference between multiple v6 addresses hiding behind CGNAT and NAT so that we can take a comparison and start drilling down into which networks needs additional deployment and need help so that we can start tracking them down and providing assistance there. Different regions within or business units within a specific business don't even necessarily, so one part of my business could have IPv4 internal and that only, whilst another department could potentially have v6 entirely deployed, but this entire structure behind a single IPv4 address. How do you determine the difference between that from an external perspective in order to be able to measure that? Because we really, really want to know what's going on and where we really are. Okay, so I think somebody mentioned Google may be saying 50%, but according to traffic stats, it's more like 20%, and I even heard a figure of 10%. It is actually relatively easy to explain that one. I actually built this slide the night before that discussion. If we have IPv4 only networks connecting, that should account for about 27% of traffic. Okay? Basically just take that 48% or whatever and we square that up. V4 host will never be able to communicate with V6, so there will be some of that. Dual stacked host will, obviously, if the one side only has V4, that will still be V4 traffic, similar for the rest of the stuff. So if we then sum the relevant figures, we get to 99.9%, which is probably rounding errors from the math I did, but it means that only about 22.37% of internet traffic will be V6, given if the figures that we've got is accurate, which I guess is close enough to 20% that we can say that is probably a relatively accurate figure. Okay, I then started to break these things down and really sat and thought about it. And typical connection will start on the client, go through the local LAN, through the ISP network, possibly 0 or more transit networks, get to the content provider network, and finally to a host. And each of these things can actually be measured separately, so keep this picture in mind when we get here. No, need to go one back. Okay, we've got the client device, either your phone or your laptop, that connects to the local LAN. First question is, how many of those devices are IPv6 capable and actively using that? Then we're looking at the local LANs, same question. Then the ISP networks, the transit networks, the content networks. Ex-Nilo was mentioned earlier in the week, and I don't like pointing fingers, but by default, most of the hosting networks don't provision V6 on the end devices. That doesn't mean the network itself isn't V6 capable. So again, we differentiate between the actual network where the content is hosted and the final host that has it available. That brings it to 6 separate measurements, and I don't think we can get much lower than that. I then started thinking about how we measure each of these, and it got interesting. It's been a crazy 2 weeks. First and simplest is parse your favorite web service logs and just see how many requests incoming are IPv4, how many is IPv6. And according to that, at least on my web service, it's about 20% of incoming requests are V6, which I'll admit was maybe slightly higher than I really expected, although I'm not sure exactly what I did expect. And I figured, okay, well, let's go to the email service. And this is skewed. It's a much lower percentage, and this is based on actual logins. In other words, not just random requests coming from various locations. This is successful logins that I measured here specifically. So maybe that 10% value is not that far off either. However, I then wondered where those connections come from, and it turns out most of those IP addresses are Google and Microsoft, which means Google Mail being used as a client to our mail service, and obviously Microsoft Office 365. So those are pushing those values up, so maybe it's the rest of the networks are even worse. APNIC, Jeff, his principle, I ran through that quickly. It does seem fairly solid. Still a couple of questions I've got there, and given that my stats on my network differs from what he's got, I do have questions around is his sample sizes maybe statistically irrelevant? In other words, is the statistics accurate, or is there maybe a time lag between when he gets the data and when he processes it? Because we have seen a reasonable uptake over the last 6 months with certain downstream vendors finally actually deploying IPv6 onto downstream from us, from our IP space. So thanks to the FNOs for also waking up to this situation. And can we correlate IPv4 and IPv6 data per network? In other words, again, back to that, we've got a dual stack to the customer network. Can we correlate that data to make sure that what we're seeing, can we differentiate between network being V6 capable and end devices being capable? I don't know, and maybe at some point I would like to have a chat with Jeff and just get his views on these things as well. Andrew Owens, are you here? Thanks for the graph. That is what NAP Africa was seeing a while back. And again, back there, that value correlates with what one of the providers are seeing in terms of what they believe we are doing in terms of V6, which kind of would make sense. It does confirm what we're seeing on the traffic graphs. It means there is at least a correlation on the internet exchange traffic to what Google is reporting as well. Whether it's 100% accurate, I don't know. But again, different views. It was mentioned earlier, the view on BGP data from Australia versus South Africa is not the same. So V6 views would obviously also not be 100%. In terms of transit networks, they're not going to be providing us these graphs. We'd have to get that voluntarily from them, and it would be very, very difficult to infer this. And that is assuming they even know themselves. Chances are they don't care if they just care about the overall volume of traffic, because that's what they bill on. Then I got to asking myself, can we inspect the BGP tables? And that is where things got really, really cool. We've got an AS path. So we know what the transit networks are, at least our view of the routing tables, and we've got the origin network. And when we started breaking that down, I only used my own BGP data for this analysis. I'm seeing, I did publish the scripts. There's 2 of them. The one just fetches the routing data, gets all of the unique paths, just the AS paths out of it, splits it between V4 and V6. And then a separate script to parse that and kick out some data. So origin AS autonomous systems in total, in other words, if I see that anywhere in a V6 or V4 path, about 85,000 origin autonomous systems. Those that only, or that at least provides V4 as well, 78,000, which I think closely correlates with the value you mentioned earlier. So that's 91.4%. The implication is there's a portion that only originates IPv6, which I did find surprising. I'll admit I did not expect to see that. Percentage of autonomous systems that only originate IPv4, that is high. That is less than half the autonomous systems, or more than half of the autonomous systems that originate only IPv4. Where's the rest? Why aren't they originating V6? And then, surprisingly, about 8.5% of overall autonomous systems only originate IPv6. That is, I did not expect that one. I then broke it down to the transit networks as well. Very similar stats, seeing same things. Maybe not quite as pronounced, but there's definitely very, very, very similar trends there. No real surprises there. In terms of measuring the space, I figured we might be able to pull, and I didn't have time to actually go and check this, but the iNet and NUM and iNet NUM 6 objects from the IRRs, and to then determine how much of the issued space is actually being advertised, which would also potentially help with tracking down the autonomous systems that's not actually using their space and encouraging them to start advertising V6 and to help deploy it. Okay, the problem with those is there's no in the iNet NUM and iNet NUM 6 objects, there's no like, listen, this has been issued to autonomous system, this number, it's been issued to a specific organization. So now you need to start incorporating the route objects and other data too. Got too complex for the last week or two's time I had. Then I wanted to mine or get a list of the COSA name server, all of the domains, so that I can check how many of the domain names had IPv6 assigned. Thank you, Hendrik. Good attempt. Pim, sorry for indirectly being the cause of hitting your servers quite hard. According to the data that is available on observatory.africa, of the 1.2 million, 1.3 million sites that was registered 2023, about 85% of them actually had www records. Of those, only 3.88% had IPv6 records associated. By the way, observatory. There's nice stats on how many has SSL certificates and all of that. Unfortunately, we don't have the latest data. I would really, really like to ask the ZANOG guys. We really would like that data. It would help us quite a bit. So if Neil, I think I spoke with you earlier in the week. I don't see you. I might just be overlooking you. Yeah, and another thing I'm interested in would be on the glue records in particular, how many of those have IPv6 there as well? That would also give us a good idea of how many ISPs actually have IPv6 on their DNS servers. I think Ed did some of that for the ISPA members specifically. ISPA or ZANOG? ISPA members. So we did take the ISPA members' websites and we did check if there's IPv6 on those DNS servers. It was about 50-50, but I didn't include that because, well, it's a biased group. Obviously, we're the more educated people, I guess. Yeah, way forward. Hendrik, thank you. There's nothing on there yet, but the intent is to put some of these statistics on there going forward and to continually get that updated and keep it up to date. If you are capable of helping with getting that done, please reach out. We could really use the help on getting that automated, and that would give us a measure to determine where we are at. And obviously that's saying if you can measure it, you can manage it. And once we've got measurements up, we can decide on strategies on how to drive uptake further. What ISPs and the rest of us here can do as of right now, when you're shipping CE routers out to customers, please make sure they're V6 enabled. Please ensure that your own network actually handles V6 properly and that you actually monitor that. In other words, is it connectable from the rest of the internet? So that you don't get yourself in an island and things break spectacularly for your customers and they go and like, no, this V6 thing isn't working for me and switch it off. Okay, I think we've mentioned this earlier in the week. Andile, I saw your face earlier. Policy for government to ensure that all new ICT services going forward is IPv6 enabled and that V6 is active. That would go a far way because once government decides to deploy this, all of the networks that want to deal with them would also need to get V6 enabled, and that would help a great deal. DNS operators, when you guys deploy A records and a customer tells you, listen, please put this A record in my zone, ask them for the associated quad A record as well and put that right along there. It creates awareness, even though out of experience I can tell you 80% of them will tell you, sorry, my provider that hosts my website does not provide quad A records. At least they start becoming aware of it. And that is all I've got. If anybody's got questions, we're actually out of time, but if there is any questions, I would love to try and answer, or if somebody's got comments or suggestions.
Kelvin Brown, just on the traffic, just on the zone stats that you were asking about, it's actually better to have a look at traffic stats because then you see the actual usage, whereas the zone is just a static snapshot and may or may not have any relevance to actual traffic stuff. I've got the actual traffic stuff, which is way higher than those figures suggest. Just by the way.
Need both, actually.
Hi, Donald Jolly, Work Online Communications. 7.5% of our traffic is IPv6.
Well done.
That's because I'm a customer. That's sad.
No, well, it's better than the average, apparently.
Hendrik from South Africa. So interesting stats from that I got going through the domains that I've mined. It's like we have about, from those domains that I've mined, about 160,000 had A records on the apex of the domain. Of about a quarter of that was, well, a quarter of that was www. Then a quarter of the www traffic makes up of the mail.domain name that had a quad A record. The POP is another half of that, and the POP, the SMTP, and the IMAP is about 4,000 domains that I got. Mail was 10,000, W is 40,000, and the Apex instead. The interesting thing on those Apex Quad A's, just about all of them is Cloudflare at 20,000, Cloudflare EU at 17,000, Shopify at 14,000, Hostinger at 13,000, CloudFront at about 6K, and Hetzner at about 7K. There is, however, one provider in that list that I think we can give a hand of applause for, and that's Domains that goes over 15K of the Apex records that had Quad A records in there. So back to Calvin, I'll just make this comment. You need to have those that Quad A records to be able to have traffic on your things. If it doesn't have that traffic and you can't do that analysis on the domains that do or don't have Quad A records, then those domains will not receive or send out IPv6 traffic.
That's why you need both measures.
Hi, Mathieu, running an FTTH network in 11 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our data are very different from what we see on your presentation. I just checked the APNIC site. I haven't checked it for a while. We have 90% preferred IPv6 on each of our operations. We have basically 60% of v6 traffic across everything. So this is doable. We are an example of a network which has a majority of v6 traffic over v4. On the other hand, when I go back to your conclusion, I see tech stuff. All of, it was the slide just before, not the last slide, but the one before. Most of it is technical recommendation. Please ship your CP with v6 enable. Please add Quad A. Please do stuff like that. I've been to a lot of events over the last 15, 20 years trying to find solutions to deploy v6. Those were here 10 years ago. We saw Afrinic do deployathon, and we've always been through the tech aspect of 6. Please, tech network engineer, deploy v6 on the network. Well, at the end of the day, this is not a technical choice. This is a financial choice. If you run CGNAT at large scale on FTTH network, you're going to pay tons of equipment, licensing, just to run CGN, whereas if you run v6 only. So at the end of the day, that's not a technical question. That's a financial question. When you go to your CFO, your CEO, and ask for extra equipment, extra IPs to be able to still run your v4,
yeah,
that's a cost. That's a business.
Yeah,
and
IPv4
that's one
dollar.
aspect that I've never seen in a tech presentation trying to push v6 is, at the end of the day, if I take a Uber to go to the airport, I don't care if that's...
Sorry, Graham, before you run off.
I don't care if that's an electrical car, a gas or petrol or whatever car. I just want to get to the airport.
Okay.
Most people will not care about that.
Yeah.
But the cost of the car you're going to take to the airport is going to be what makes a difference.
Sorry, Graham, I think it was you I spoke with that mentioned that on much of the carrier-grade equipment for the MNOs, the cost of whether you're running CGNAT or not is roughly the same, right?
Hi, Graham from a mobile network. Yes, so I mean, this discussion's happened a few times, the question of CGNATs and all the rest of it. The mobile network architecture contains a firewall in the chain between the user and the internet. And I think there was a comment during the Shadow Server presentation about stop scanning my devices, my users' mobile phones are burning up. And so both for that reason and because it's just a standard component of the architecture in most mobile networks, the firewall is there anyway. And whether you tick the tick box that says NAT or you don't, it's still a stateful device that has to collect states and collect. So there's an argument that the mobile networks should be able to do it easily, and at the same time, unfortunately, the financial argument of like, oh, look, you get to take this box away, doesn't actually end up translating in all networks.
That's the problem we've
That's
been
the problem.
running into.
How many mobile network operator is there in this room? Please raise your hand. How many ISP and fixed network operator is there in this room? A bit more people. Who runs a DPI on a fixed network, on a FTTH? Nobody.
I don't run carrier grade NAT myself. There are a few people in this room that does. So for me, it makes no real cost difference either one way or another.
It's going to depend on your scale.
Correct.
Once you reach 1 million subs or more.
You mentioned the stats differ, and I agree. There was actually a different graph I wanted to get to. If you look at the Google uptake, so the reason you mentioned you looking at global uptake, that one there. If you look at the rest of the world compared to Africa, so if you look at there, that you almost don't even see Africa, which is why the percentage is so low. If Africa were to deploy IPv6, that 50% global deployment, however you measure that, would probably go up to 80 to 90%. I'm being very optimistic there, probably. I see Mark here gives me a frown. So let's say maybe if Africa deploys IPv6 properly, we could make potentially a 20, maybe a 25% difference on the overall global IPv6 statistics. That is a difference. If we can drive our own networks from 3% where we're currently at to even 50%, that'll already make a dent.
Andrew from AfriHost again. Of our users that can have IP6, or of our users by traffic, about 40% have IP6, and about roughly 40% of their traffic is IP6. So it's not as effective as all that. The big thing that makes a difference is having on-net caches, and that's going to affect your measurements at peering points.
Well, caches are harder at this point in time, right? Because everything is SSL.
Well, it's IP6.
So transparent HTTP caches is a thing of the past.
Yeah, not the transparent caches, the CDN caches.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they drive it up because most of them are V6 enabled, and that helps quite a bit.
Without any data, I think that Cloudflare is a big driver of IP6 adoption, where the actual hosting is not IP6
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, that's Hendrik mined that data and stuff, and I decided not to include it specifically because I think it's a skewed sample, because the crowd that's smart enough to deploy HTTPS and SSL on their websites are probably also the guys that will be deploying IPv6 records. So, and just getting just those to get V6 is definitely beneficial, but we need to, it's a skewed sample, which is why I didn't include it.
Not a question, more a comment. I'm Tashi from Flex Optics, NSRC. Maybe ZANOG next year we could start running IPv6 mostly for the conference network and see how that goes. And back to the costing talk. I've been helping do direct engineering assistance in V6 in different countries in APAC. The counter is also true. If mobile operators say there is a PDP, PDN, PDU cost associated, and deploying V6 doesn't help them because that cost is the extra cost for them. So I think there is a counter argument on
No, it's definitely a balance, and the cost thing is, I think it's going to get worse. I personally expect the price per IPv4 address to go up in the coming years, probably way past $60 an address. And I think the more that drives up, the more adoption we will see even in Africa. I suspect the cost factor will become very relevant very soon. As of right now, it's probably not quite as bad as it's going to get. And I think that's why we're still seeing a lot of resistance to it.
I want to make a very brief comment. We used to do an IPv6 only day at Afrinic. I think we should have an IPv6 only day at this conference, maybe next year. or a week. I don't care.
For all I care, we can just switch off IPv4 on the conference network completely.
Thank you so much, Jaco.
Thank you.
It is a lunch break, so I think that if you would like to continue the conversation, you are most welcome to do so during lunch. Jaco is still around, correct? Yes, and the ZANOG team as well. So thank you, everyone. Let's give another round of applause to all our speakers. Enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Would you mind if we start? Firstly, I would like to say welcome and thank you to the delegates, speakers, sponsors, and everyone that's here. And I think you can give yourselves a round of applause for attending the last few sessions of the last day of the ZANOG iWeek, ISPA iWeek 2026. And stay tuned because I'm going to let a little cat out of the bag with a thank you at the end. We have the pleasure of welcoming Busiswe Kabani Bailey. Busiswe is a civil social innovator currently serving as Innovation Director at DG Murray Trust. She has been at the forefront of efforts to advance zero rating of public benefit organizations in South Africa, working with network operators, regulators, and non-profits to reduce the cost of accessing critical online services. She will be sharing her insights on the role of civil society and connecting people online, zero rating and beyond. The briefing reflects DGMT's journey in advancing zero rating as a tool to expand access to critical services, particularly for underserved communities. Looking ahead, they introduce a connectivity coalition as a collaborative platform, emphasizing the importance of partnerships across civil society, government, and private sectors. Welcome, Busisizwe.
All right, hi everyone, and again, congratulations for making it to the end. It's not going to be a death by presentation because I know I'm standing between you and the long weekend and the Deputy Minister's address. But as the speaker described, I am a medical doctor actually, so not a technocrat, not from the ISP or MNO world, but because of my journey in civil society, I've come into collaboration with it. And I'm here today on behalf of the Douglas Murray Trust, which is a philanthropic organization. And I want you to think as I'm speaking about how potentially you can begin to collaborate with some unlikely partners like civil society and philanthropy. I'll go to the next slide. Oh no. Wrong button. Okay, it's okay. I'll get some help. But maybe, I think I'll start with just a background on who DGMT is. Thank you so much. So the Douglas Murray Trust is of Murray and Roberts Construction. Douglas Murray was one of the founders of that company, and when he passed on, him and his wife bestowed this trust for the benefit of South Africa's development. And so over the last 30 years, DGMT has evolved into a social innovator. Okay, thank you. Into a social innovator, investing strategically in projects, campaigns, and initiatives that drive the development of South Africa. And so particularly for this conversation, DGMT and our funding partners from civil society are interested in how technology not only brings us onto par with our global counterparts, but how we can prevent the widening of the inequality gap that technology potentially poses. Okay, so definitely I'm technologically challenged. You can tell I'm not from this world. But I'll just continue. Essentially, over the last 10 years, DGMT has been advocating for zero rating. In the beginning, very unpopular, with civil society not understanding it, government not really seeing how it's going to be feasible, and the private sector not seeing the profit generation potential gains of it. But I think in 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, when children couldn't go to school and people couldn't access clinics or find shelter when they were in crisis, the need for being able to connect when you're in a vulnerable position became apparent to the country and all sectors alike. And that emanated in a commitment from ICASA to zero-rate public benefit organizations and government websites by January 2027. And so we're still on that journey with ICASA, our regulator, the broader public sector and the private sector, but development has been slow. But coming into this work, we've seen as DGMT, a civil society actor, that the work of digital inclusivity goes beyond zero rating. And so we're interested in the question that asks, what would it take to close this last mile of connectivity? What is the role of mobile network operators, of ISPs, of the public sector, of ICASA, and how can we as capital or philanthropy invest in finding a solution to that answer? And so we have formed a coalition with one of our partners from civil society, the Kagiso Trust, who work very similarly to DGMT and are interested in answering the same question. We have a broader coalition of other community network operators, of initiatives that connect schools and public benefit organizations independently. And we're coming together later this year in June to ask that very question, to say, how do we close that last mile? How do we use this technology to leapfrog the country into the future? And we'd like to invite you into that conversation later. And so, as I said, it was a very brief talk, but it really is an invitation for you to partner with some unlikely sectors, unlikely collaborators from civil society. Thank you.
Ask anyone if they've got some questions for you. Is there any questions for Busisiwe? I can see it right in front of a long weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Travel safely. Unfortunately, the Minister will not be addressing us today. He's running a bit late. But I would like to welcome the AfriNIC board team. Sorry, let me just get my notes. Carla Sanderson, Kayemba Laurent Ntumba, Madhvi Gokul, and James Shirwa. They will be giving us an update on the status of AfriNIC, the IP resource trends and service updates, current IPv4 pool status, the slow IPv6 adoption with initiatives to boost deployment, and limited uptake of resource transfers. Will you guys please come up? And then it's my favorite acronym of the day, AMA. Ask me anything. So thank you very much.
The clicker is there.
Green forward, red backwards.
Green forward, red backward.
This one is...
Hello.
Come there.
Where's James? You start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is James Chiro, Head of Member Services at AfriNIC. So this afternoon, before we get to the next session for Ask Me Anything, we'll start with a small presentation just to give you an update on some of the things that have been happening or something that is coming up. So the presentation will be by myself and my colleague Madhvi, who is the senior IP specialist, and then the board members behind me who will also be joining us for the Ask Me Anything session. So I think yes, okay. All right, so looking back to, I think, the past 2 or 3 days, we've seen a number of presentations regarding maybe IPv6, IPv4, IPv4 exertion. And one of the key areas I want to highlight here is the fact that we are indeed reaching the exhaustion phase of IPv4. My next slide will talk about IPv6, but as you can see the numbers here on this slide, at Afrinic at the moment, we only have about 700,000 IP addresses, IPv4 that is, remaining in our available pool. We still have another reserved pool of about 1 million IP addresses. But if you look at the digital migration, the digital transition that is taking place at the moment, these numbers are close to nothing. They cannot support and sustain the growth that is desired. So South Africa remains our biggest consumer in terms of IP addresses. For the past 3 years, South Africa has been the highest. But again, transition to IPv6 has remained a challenge. I have on the slides here, you can see how many members of Afrinic have been adopting IPv6. And if you look at the numbers in the past 5 or 6 years, the numbers are still low. At the moment, we're talking about 28% only who have at least rolled out IPv6 on their networks. That still shows a big gap. At Afrinic, we still have initiatives that we are doing, trying to get members to adopt IPv6. We do have a help desk that you can call at any time. We make schedules, we work with you, and we help you roll out IPv6. We also do deployathon sessions. I think a month ago, the call went out, or 2 months ago, for hosts to host us for these deployathons. So we're trying to help as much as possible operators not only to get IPv6 from us, but actually to roll out IPv6 on their networks. So in addition, we also have other initiatives, including the IPv6 Academy, where you can go and do free trainings on IPv6. For those members that have IPv4 from Afrinic, you get IPv6 for no cost. So we're really trying to do as much as possible to ensure that IPv6 deployment in this region really takes effect. In addition to that, while we are depleting, and in the meantime, we can only issue, in terms of IPv4, a limited pool of resources that is limited to /24 at one go. However, we also do have another mechanism that for a short period of time can enable somebody looking for more than a /22 to be able to get from through the transfers. So we do have a transfer policy. Of course, we haven't seen a lot of traction, but for those who may find a willing source to give them a pool that they may be looking for, which is more than what Afrinic can issue, there is that mechanism, which goes through a legitimate process. You get evaluated and make sure that all the applicable policies are followed, and you can go and grow your networks. In addition to that, this current particular policy of transfers is only intra-LIR, which means only operators within the region are able to do it. There's a new policy that has just been ratified that extends that to also allow transfers from either outside, or a certain pool can be allowed to go out. My colleague Matt will talk more about that in terms of that policy. So that particular policy also allows the transfer of autonomous system numbers. So it has been recently ratified. We are working on the implementation of that, and we'll announce soon on the how we are going to implement the particular policies. So as part of our process, we also do reclaim some resources. So in the meantime, we do have another pool that is also slowly growing because companies may go out of business, they may change business models, we end up taking back those resources. Eventually, we'll have to issue them out, but in the current particular policy, it is only limiting to what we have in the available pool now. This particular new pool that is growing up, we want the, what we call the policy discussion working group to also advise us on how best to handle that particular pool so that it can become, or when it becomes available, it will have a defined set of rules that we'll have to follow in managing that. So this is the pool I was talking about. Now I'll move on and speak about just product and services, a brief update before I move on and hand over to my colleague. So, so one of the key things that we are working on this year is what we call the MyAfriNIC. This is the portal which provides the interface for resource management to our members. Now, this has been a very long-awaited project. The current tool that we're using is very old, almost 20 years now, and it can really not support the demands of today. So we started the project back in 2020. So many things have happened in between, impacting the progress. With the coming back of the board, we have put this as a primary project for this year, and we plan to go live by end of this year. So once that one go live, we'll also want to move on to some of the most critical services that needs upgrade. So one of the key areas I'm talking about now is RPKI. I think in a few sessions today, not even only today and yesterday, I've really gotten I've had the feedback and demonstration of how people want these updates to come as quickly as possible. Now, in addition to the constraints that we have in terms of resources and prioritization of V2, we're currently planning to come up with some of these in a very scaled approach. For instance, right now, on the RPK side, we've been working on the AS0 project. So this project is also driven by a policy. This particular project also had faced a number of delays because of constraints that we've had recently. But now moving on, we've worked on a new approach using what we call CREER as the tool that we use as our CA. We'll roll out this project for beta testers by end of June. So beta testers can work with it and give us feedback before we roll it out fully. Other work that we're also doing in that aspect of RPKI is we are cleaning out the database of some certificates, what we call the route origin authorization certificates, that were longly encoded. Some of the elements were longly encoded. So we are working on cleaning up that. This was caused practically by some of the upgrades that we did at a certain period of time, and then it made them non-conformant to the specifications of the RFC. So we are working on cleaning that, and we plan to finish that work by the end of July. And the last one, I think, and these are the two most important elements that I think most of the community here and across the continent are waiting for, is us providing the dedicated RPKI as well as ASPA. So I think, as I said, we're currently focusing on bringing out the MyAfriNIC first, version 2, and then upon that, the key priority area will now go to these particular two elements. This is just a summarized roadmap of those products. And then I think Having given that, I also have to thank the community here for the part that they played in the election of the board of directors. This has given us a new sense of direction. It has given us more confidence in terms of the direction that we are taking. I think there's also an impending coming of a CEO, which we expect that it will bring more stability in the operations. So that should help us also give back to the community the service that they expect and deserve. So that's how I end my speech. Thank you for your attention, and I'll call upon my colleague, Madhu.
So how do you use that?
This and participate.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd love to have all these empty seats filled, but I have to accept that it's one of the last sessions of the day. Thank you to ZANOG committee for allowing us a presentation slot, allowing us to talk to you. So I'm Madhvi Gokul. I work for Afrinic 16 years now, and my current role is as the Senior IP Resources Specialist, and I also act as the policy liaison. I'm addressing you today primarily regarding policy development, but I have a couple of slides where, while you can ask me anything today, I plan on asking you for some actions. All right, so please bear with me. So, resources. Okay, ISPs in the room, those who use IP addresses, customers, internet services. Okay, you're here. The resources that you get, right? James doesn't sit and decide, oh, this org will get a /24 today. Oh, that one, I like him. We'll give them a /22. Doesn't happen that way. There are policies that existed at the time that I joined Afrinic that grew from 2010 until now. So it grew from 2005 until now, all right? It evolved. We have new policies. We have better policies, right? These policies work for both the operators who have a need of resources, as well as a guidance for Afrinic, the registration services at Afrinic, the member services team at Afrinic, as to how to allocate the resources in a fair and transparent manner, right? The policies are also needs-based. I'm not inventing the words. Control F on the manual, you'll find demonstrated needs there, right? So, in brief, these resource policies are developed through an open, the bottom-up approach. Doesn't come down from the board down to staff. It's from a bottom-up approach. We have a community, a technical community. Unfortunately, I have a slide on what sector is absent from that community, right? So individuals would write policy proposals. We have a framework which we call the policy development process. These policies get discussed, right? We look for rough consensus. If there's a rough consensus within the community, that's when these policies will actually be given to the board for recommending ratification. The board either ratifies or does not. In February this year, there were 3 policies that had reached consensus way back before the governance issue we faced, and that were waiting for ratification. 2 of them got ratified, 1 wasn't, and it has been sent back to the policy mailing list for further refinements. And then it also expired. So when the board has ratified a policy, it comes to staff now to start implementing it. Implementation can take as many as 1 day or 2 days if it's just text, there's no technical implementation to happen, but it can take a while. If it's a technical implementation, if we have to reconfigure our systems, right? So that's why some of you may have to wait for certain implementation to happen because of the technical implementation. Where we can do things manually, it's been done in the past to speed things up so that not to block operators, we've been able to do that. Now, so the bottom-up process. So once these policies are implemented, we document them in a manual, which we call the Consolidated Policy Manual. Any change to that manual now has to go through the policy development process again, okay? Which means 6 months, if Afrinic doesn't have any governance issues, or 3 years, or 3 to 4 years, when we could not hold a public policy meeting, right? So the thing here is, before, when the discussion phase, when policies are being discussed, this is when everyone should be observing, participating, okay, and making sure that it works for them, right? Because once it's implemented, then you find a couple of issues, you have to go through the process again. Yeah, so when the policies get implemented, it's applicable to all the resource members who are members of Afrinic, and then any potential organizations that want to become members, right? So we have a policy discussion mailing list, resource policy discussion, RPD mailing list. And I've spent time looking at the subscribers, analyzing the email addresses that are subscribed to it, etc. We have 2,500 resource members now, only 122 corporate contacts, okay? Only 122 resource members are subscribed to the list with their corporate contacts. Some of them have more than one contact. 4.8%, right? When we reached soft landing in 2017, we had less than 2,000 members, right? So with the policy, the 4.8% of our membership would actually know about a policy that is under discussion now. And the 96% of our members will know about it perhaps when Afrinic starts communicating about it, or when we've reconfigured our systems and then we define, oh, this is what happened here. All right, why has this changed? Why can't I get more than my /16, for example? We had that issue way back. Okay, the policy changed, so 96% of our members did not know about it, or even more, I would say. So you get to learn about it at implementation. So what I'm asking, or I'm gently requesting is, it's high time that our members become involved in our policy landscape. The same story is for the members' discussion list. We have not added our members to it. What we have asked for is for our members, this is the members' discuss mailing list, please subscribe to it. There's a validation that is done in the back, just because we need to ensure that the members' contacts come on the list. Same thing, 4% of our members are on that mailing list, right? If anything, any problematic issue is being faced by a member, they want to reach out to the other members, they will not find them. They may not find them. 96% of the members are not on that list, right? So I've put up these 2 QR codes for you to facilitate your registration. 50% of the subscribers on the RPD list are non-corporate accounts, Gmail accounts, Hotmail, Yahoo, all right? So we don't know if they represent a resource member or not, but we would appreciate if resource members using one corporate email, if they do subscribe, at least the person who is subscribed to the mailing list is able to speak on behalf of the organization. And so in December 2024, while we were having the governance issues, etc., ICANN published the ICP2 implementation procedures. We were the last RIR to be accredited by ICANN through the ICP2 document. And so what's expected from Afrinic, from an RIR, because we were accredited in ICP2, and also its community, is that I covered this section, but you can go through the whole document. So initially, 2005, we had the support of our community defined here by ISPs, all right? People were telling us stories about them going to ISPs to seek support, for Afrinic at that time. But what the ICP2 implementation procedures mean, even now, we have our members who are supporting us financially. You pay your fees on time. Most of you pay your fees on time, all right? But we have lost you on the matters of policy development. That bottom-up approach that we have, we do not see you actively participating in that. So this is where I'm asking you if you can start getting more involved in this, in the policy landscape at Afrinic. So there are 2 ratified policies. The abuse contact policy update. So there would be an abuse C with an abuse mailbox that we'll be implementing. The implementation needs to happen on both the WHOIS and the MyAfriNIC portal. We will find a way of having that the earlier the possible, but I'm not sure yet about the MyAfriNIC side. But the further require intervention by the recipient. So the resource members here, you're already a member of Afrinic. When this policy is implemented, I'm giving you a headway on it. Think about setting up your abuse, The policy says it requires, so if someone sends an email to that abusee, it requires intervention by the recipient. Who's the recipient here? The members. You'll give us the abusee yourself. You'll give us that mailbox yourself, all right? And then they must not require the reporter to complete a form. They must guarantee that abuse reports and the related logs, examples, or email headers are received. And then Afrinic will do the validation for the abusee and the abuse mailbox. So there are 2 sides here. The members have to do some part, and then Afrinic, besides implementing the abusee, we will also have to do the validation. It will be a phased implementation. We'll let you know more about it later on. Then we have the Afrinic number resources transfer policy. It allows for inter-RIR transfers of ASNs and some specific categories of IPv4, meaning the IPv4 addresses that our members have gotten from us, from the Afrinic managed pool. That means non-legacy, all right? Those cannot be transferred out. So any legacy resource holders, it is a market transfer, right? This is a market transfer policy. Any legacy resource holders in the region, they can sell their IP addresses and transfer out to the other regions. I think it's one good news about the policy development. We did not see it here, but at the time that this policy was being discussed, there was one RIR that did not have a compatible transfer policy with Afrinic. That was Aaron. When this policy was ratified earlier in the year, we reached out, just to check if the other RIRs, the other 3 RIRs, actually, that were compatible with us, would do their policies are still compatible? Then we were told, oh, ARIN's policy evolved. So now, because they now have a restriction on the inter-OIR transfers, so now they are also compatible with AFRINIC. So that's one evolution that we've seen in the policy development landscape, but at another OIR, all right, which tells you that sometimes policies evolve for the better, all right. Some of them would have a bigger market impact to transfer out too. And then there was a pain point, intra-OIR transfers within the region of AS numbers. The previous policy allowed for IPv4 only addresses to be transferred between two organizations in our region. And that was a pain point for some of you. And now this policy, when it will be implemented, it will also allow for ASNs to be transferred in the region. It's a market transfer of ASN. Money could change hands, but in fact, it's more, it will apply specifically to those who have not gone for an M&A. They don't qualify under merger and acquisition to transfer resources. So that's one way of getting the ASN over to another organization so that they can still use it. Okay. Right. So that was policy development. Question to you all: who thinks that now they can subscribe to the RPD mailing list? Only one hand.
Already subscribed.
Those who are not subscribed. Come on. The room cannot be filled with only 4%. That 4% is already subscribed. Okay. Now, all right. If I have not yet convinced you, I'm here. You can tell me what prevents you. What is the blocker? Right? If we know what's the blocker, then perhaps we can work on removing the blocker. It's not working? Okay. All right. Okay, I take note of that. Okay. Now we come to some slides where we are grateful. Yes, Mark.
Can I ask some questions first before you change subjects?
Okay.
Okay, this is Mark Elkins. I'm a previous director of AFRINIC as well. For a long, long time, I preach DNSSEC, as people may have noticed. And that includes DNSSEC on IP addresses or IP blocks. Mm-hmm. But there are two ways currently of updating the information. One way is to send an email, which hopefully will get processed, but I don't like doing that. And the other way right now is via going onto the website and literally copying your DS records and other stuff into the system. And again, well, the way that I talk to ZARC to update an EPP record, a DS record is using EPP. I would love AFRINIC to implement some form of limited EPP so that DNSSEC information could be updated literally automatically, which would make it a lot easier on me. And if it's easier on me, then maybe other people would be interested in doing the same sort of thing as well. I have asked for this before, number one. Number two, IPv6 that you were speaking about. I would assume that AFRINIC has a list of everyone who's got IPv4 and who also has an ASN. And therefore, by definition, also you know who has and who has not asked for an IPv6. And if there are people in AFRINIC who have not asked for an IPv6 block, has AFRINIC communicated to those people and ask them, why have you not, ignore the Luhengs, but why have you not asked for an IPv6? To try and encourage them. In other words, do the selling from your side, and you can also at the same time say, hey, we do courses in IPv6, blah, blah, blah. So you can learn about IPv6 to help, because everyone, when they want IPv6, they have to come to you first. But perhaps we can help make that part of the system easier. Is that fair? Or have you done this already?
We've done this before, but I think we have
rinse and
another
repeat.
problem. Yes, we do take note of that. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, I haven't finished yet.
Okay.
The mailing list stats. Yes, I'm very depressed that the number of people who have applied for, who have added themselves to mailing lists is extremely small. My suggestion there would be when a new applicant for the first time ever comes in, is on the, oh, you need to sign this and all the rest of it, and you actually need to, you should, in order to keep within the community, you should subscribe to these particular mailing lists, get your techie guy to go there, etc., etc. I think it needs to be pushed, to be encouraged. I don't know that that happens. And then I greatly applaud you for telling us to apply here. That makes perfect sense, because there's a lot of us who have neglected to do that. And then you're complaining about Gmail addresses, and I totally agree with you. Having a conversation today about Gmail means nothing. But if you're an ISP and you've got IP addresses, you should have your own domain name. Therefore, you should have your own email addresses that correspond with that domain name. Therefore, you should be able to use those email addresses on your application form for Afrinic, or at least do so within a few months. And therefore, we would have proper identity, non-Gmail addresses on the Afrinic mailing list. And I think that would make, I would feel more comfortable with that, because then at least I can see that the member is from a particular country by looking at the CCTLD that they're using. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you do that or encourage that, or it's a blank. And then when you're looking at, again, abuse contacts, you want people to update abuse information. Then mail shot us. Tell us what to do. And if it's a form that needs to be filled in, you could probably send more or less the complete form to us so that we can simply email it back completed or something like that. Wouldn't that make your life easier? Because you can automate it, you've got the database, it wouldn't take that long to do, and then therefore you're going to catch up much quicker with the things that are outstanding. And thank you very much for sticking around.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, the self-service, like a sort of self-service tool for the abuse contact is being considered, in fact. I mean, we'll do our best to facilitate this thing.
Yaku, I think most of you know me by now. Firstly, thank you very much to everyone on the board and on the staff that's been, well, sticking around. And then just to answer Mark, that automatic update, what we've done is that form is on a very specific URL, so you can HTTP post it using something like curl. Just need to include the maintainer password.
Tell us.
Yeah, I've been told by staff when I asked for the API, and yes, hoping that my Afrinic 2 will have a proper API for that. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Non-policy stuff. So there is a community consultation regarding the review of the Afrinic bylaws. The announcement was made earlier in the week, and the consultation period would end on the 10th of May. Right? I know for a fact our members must have received a direct email regarding that. If you have not yet done so, please check, or I've also put in the URL for the consultation here. It's form-based. I checked it. So you have this relevant sections of the bylaw is already there. If you read it, if you have any comment, you put down your comments and you move to the other sections. But if you really stretch for time, in case you have burning points, you know exactly where you want to contribute in that, in the bylaw review, please feel free. And don't wait for the last minute, please. All right? Because there's a timeline, so they're gathering feedback, then they will start drafting, then there's another consultation that is happening. I think there are 2 rounds of consultation or 2 rounds of drafting. No, 2 rounds of drafting. All right? Until then, there's a plan, it's already on the website, as to when the bylaws will be presented to our resource members, okay? Because it's the resource members who vote for changing bylaws, right? So it's a serious business here. You know, you've been with us when we've had challenges. So in case you have your inputs, please don't hesitate. Please don't delay in providing us with that. Second one, thank you very much. I think some of you, not all of our South African members, some of our South African members participated in last year's elections for the directors. So we are continuing the registration of the designated representatives. So these people will represent the resource members, okay? In the upcoming elections, there are some seats, community seats that are up for elections. There's no direct elections happening. And also there will be the annual general members meeting, okay? So the designated representatives, you have to, as a resource member, you submit the form, okay, the letter backed with all the information that's requested of you. It will be processed, and your designated representative will be recorded, and also will receive further communications when the annual general members meeting announcements go out. If they have to participate in the elections, the GovCom elections is the purely resource members, so they will receive their voting credentials, etc. Right? So it's ongoing now. When is the annual general members meeting? So it will happen during the week that we'll be having the African Internet Summit. Okay? And I've put down the 2 key dates there. The public policy meeting, the meeting during which any policy proposals will be discussed, where the PDP co-chairs will try and determine whether there's a rough consensus in the community. That will happen on the 24th of June, and the AGMM will happen on the 25th of June, right? Those are the key dates. With technology, with COVID, we've perfected online meetings, right? As much as this meeting will be held in hybrid mode, will be in Nairobi, Kenya. In case you cannot travel, register for the meeting. You can state that you're registering online, right? And you will be getting the Zoom links, etc., reminders on the D-Day, on the specific days, that these sessions are happening. And from your desk, wherever you are, you can attend the sessions. You can participate in the sessions, right? So on this, I've reached the end of my slides. So thank you very much for your support all this time. And I hope that when you speak with your colleagues who are not here, who have already left, that you tell them about what Afrinic has requested, the resource members here. All right, we will try and do this in other countries as well, where we're conducting outreaches or where we're having conversations with the resource members. And yeah, I hope to see the numbers grow. And perhaps if I'm presenting next year at ZANOG, I would show you better numbers in terms of the participation, in terms of the growing of our community with representatives of our resource members. Thank you very much. If there are any further questions, okay to take them. But if you have questions for James. Donald. Okay.
Hi, my name is Donald Jolly, from the ZANOG community. Thank you very much to the Afrinic staff for their grit over the last few years. We really do appreciate it. James, we are engaging with Afrinic with the IPv6 deployathon, and so hopefully in the next 4 or 5 months we will have one in South Africa. So that is also putting it out there to the community. Look out for that we will have IPv6 deployathon in South Africa, in Johannesburg. Beta testers, are you still looking for them, or are you going to reach out to them?
So, yes, we'll be reaching out to beta testers for all the products that I said. So both, even for my Afrinic V2 as well, we'll be reaching out as well to members. For some of the input is something that we've already gathered for a long time, but even for more information, we'll be reaching out. For beta testers on RPKI dedicated mode, as well as CREAR, the AS0 implementation, we'll also be reaching out to beta testers.
Would you like people to reach out to you, or will you?
Yeah, sure. So that is possible. We'll communicate publicly, but also if somebody is ready to reach out, they can already let us know.
Okay, thank you. And just out of interest, do you have international CDNs requesting IPv4 and IPv6 resources?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I think, for instance, we do have a few. I can recall in mind, Crowdflare has come for membership, and they are a resource member with us.
Okay.
So we do have a few others. I can just bring the names to mind.
Because I do notice that there are a large number of CDNs coming into Africa, and they are actually using Afrinic IP space. So I just thought that instead of them using it from another, member, that they should become members and get their own IP space. Would they just go through the standard application?
Yes. So standard application, I think one of the key areas that we've experienced in the past is the section 6 of the bylaw, which requires a member to be physically present and legally incorporated and operating within the region. So that element, if they are legally incorporated in the region, so that makes it possible for them.
Okay.
Otherwise, that bylaw section, if they cannot, then it becomes a blocker.
Okay, that's possibly where it could be an issue. And then, Madhvi, just a comment, something from a ZANOG perspective as well, is communicating with members. We found that people in South Africa, the younger people, tend not to know how to use email, I think. So I've noticed across the continent that people are not using email as their primary source. I completely understand, and I think mailing lists are the best thing. However, have you thought about using other communication channels to get information out? You don't have to answer that, but if you would like to.
Well, we can use any communication channels to reach out, but the policy discussions have to come to the mailing list.
Yeah, that's great. For policy discussions, great. But also just general, around elections, how elections may work, when the next one is. People have a very short attention span. They don't check their emails, or they just disappear into a spam. So just, a Telegram, WhatsApp, whatever, broadcast community, just some thoughts, on that. Maybe just give it some thought internally. And then you are always welcome back at ZANOG. In case nobody knows, it's in Cape Town next year. Thanks, everyone.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, question?
No.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, ZANOG team, for going through all the trouble putting together that slide and presentation and being willing to answer any question that might be asked. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go with. Then I have the privilege of closing this year's iWeek, ZANOG ISPA iWeek 2026. And I would like to thank each and every participant, attendee, sponsor, and especially the organizational team. I think this year's been a great success, and we're looking forward to the next 30 years of support. And then just a little bit of a peek next ZANOG iWeek, ISPA-sponsored iWeek, will be held in KZN in Durban in 2028. So we look forward to seeing you there, and please travel safely, and thank you for your attendance.